Anyways, enough about how much the Doomsday movie is gonna suck. Let's play some FF11. About to do the final dungeon. By myself! It's okay, I have an idea what I'm doing this time. But first, a cutscene. The most horrifying cutscene in the known history of humanity. An FF11 cutscene. How many waiting days left? At least one. I believe you, Valerian. Darkulin, and Moramor too, and also you two. Even a caged Oppo knows it cannot teach it the Pamametry. It's your doing, I assume? 'Twas. I know not what you plan, but I could have my answer engraved on the stone tablet, and you would just claim to be illiterate. Come on, Sajak, you're not the one to forget the oath you swore to August, to protect the wild ones. Or do you mean to say you wanted to help when it was convenient for you and the rest of us be damned? Please, mighty dragon, we need your aid. No, be gone. That is the will of the king himself. What you've asked of me cannot be done. August told me to impart one lesson to the people. Never again were they to set foot in the wilds. See? Even an outsider knows the tale. Do you not see your role as an accomplice in this travesty? In any event, the king had but one wish, that none ever enter the continent. But the children of men are foolhardy. Their lives last but an instant, and their capacity for wisdom lacking. They knew his dying words, yet from then until this very day, they never abandoned their desire to terrorize the jungle. The fools are not aware the world's tree's roots are buried deep in the labyrinth, shutting in the forces of darkness from the outside world. Not only are they ignorant, they continue to harm the tree with each breath they take. Numberless are the years I've spent watching humanity's pernicious deeds from high atop its frigid peak. I am confident the king would not have wavered in these dark times. Man is to leave this place. You sing a tune of gloom and doom, but these are desperate times. Who else do you expect to save the world tree? This isn't a question of man or how long a life you lead. It doesn't matter. If the Prince of the Deeps comes back, man and beast, mortal and ageless, will be swallowed up whole. And you know why? It's because he detests all life. You're aware of it as much as I am. His scythe will reap all that draws breath. You speak truth. A storm threatens to tear us all apart. I just realized my window was in the wrong position. Let me move that here. The world tree's power has begun to fade, and my wings will not carry me for more than a few brief moments. The Naquals have been embroiled in conflict from dawn till dusk since the moment Moramor emerged from the labyrinth, and even they have begun to forget why. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Not for a second have I forgotten that August gave me Orthocene and said never again is man to set foot in the wilds. But think, for all these centuries, would the blade burn bright and point these two kids here? I've been trying to say that the whole time. Don't you agree? Yeah, what? Yeah, I'm here too. Have you tried this, like, ice cream popcorn? It's really good. I too see a reason behind all this. Long ago, when August's dying words began to fade into legend, Adolin set out to recolonize the land. The Great Expedition. Is that how it came to be known? Trust me, there's nothing great about it. August made a 5-degree turn in his grave, and they all ran howling back to the city with their tails between their legs. What do they get when they get back? Some excuse about needing to respect the dead and erected a huge seal. A huge seal? What matters is they made it. Don't worry with the particulars. When faced with something they don't know, man has a deep-rooted need to seal it away and never think about it again. They cover it, put it away, and pretend it never existed. August was right. Some people are stronger than others. That's why first warning came in a dream. He figured that'd be enough. But your Ignis is this thick-skulled as a Velk. So when that didn't work, August took a bit of the World Tree's power and turned it into a Leafkin. Land shivers. Are those caused by the Thunder King too? No, we know that what's causing those. No matter how strong a man is, he can't make the earth tremble. I know a guy. I'm just saying. No, it's because the world tree is yeah. It's no surprise you misunderstand. The warnings are graver now than you've read in any books. First the king gets poofed into a seedling and now land shivers? Surely people would think to stop colonization. And in most times that would have been the case. But no, not with Ignis. Not once has he thought to give in. Not only does he remain resolute, he even took that curse to be a blessing, thinking it would help him understand the World Tree. Help him understand? Unfollow. Wait, is that why he said the curse must never be lifted? Pretty sure. Some people are stronger than others, but perhaps Ignis is stronger still. Not just him, Lorerunner, and all your compatriots who persist in colonizing. No, I'm not sure that's the case. Lorerunner, do you remember the first time we met? It was outside the forest when a young girl no older than 8 went outside to find herbs to help her grandfather. Tiana, yeah. I think we're all weak. We put on airs to protect those we love. For Tiana, it was her grandfather. For my brother, it was the people of Adolin. And for this princess, it's not just the people, but all things that live on the continent. Would you not say? Lorna, why are you nodding? Don't mind me. Project something I love, huh? Can't say I understand it, but that might be my age showing. I have aged out of love. Oh my god, that's it. That explains everything about, like, why old people are evil. It's because they lose the ability to love. I knew it. Hang on, 1 second. I can leave that off for longer. Silly me. Like a chocobo being put out to pasture. Shut your trap. If I wanted your opinion, I'd have given it to you. That's a good boy. You know what I think? August must be pretty conflicted. That's why I used this sword to call him here. Conflicted. Yep, that's my opinion. Times have changed. Greetings. And new forces are coming to bear. There's so many like Arciella and Lorwyn are working for the benefit of Adolin. So, I've got an idea of where to find your scales. How'd you possibly know that? I think all I've been doing these long years is slinging my axe around. I may not be as spry as I once was, but I can sneak around with the best of them. Got something to say? Come on, out with it. No, we simply have different perspectives. That's right, different. Oh, yeah. There's a reason we haven't found the scales, and it's not because we were overlooking something. It's because we aren't searching in the right place. Suggest. Sometimes you can be pretty dense, Sajaka. Didn't you just get done saying people aren't nearly as clever as you? Nothing beats playing around with a fuddy-duddy like yourself. But back to the matter at hand. What are you thinking, Mama? I think the scales are in the Serpentine Labyrinth. I would think that place has been sealed off thanks to the pact they made. Some areas haven't opened up in generations upon generations. Pioneers have tried to make inroads, but have met little success. So if we find a way in, there's a chance we find them. But it won't be enough to ask the Nakuls to let you in. We need more than permission. They'll need your okay too, Sajaka. So says the ritual. At last I see why you brought them before me. Finally, as I said, August is wandering and confused. All of us know stopping colonization will not stem the tide of what is to come. The World Tree cannot hold out much longer. Yeah, we got a ticking clock here, people. So I got to thinking. You gotta lead them into the labyrinth, even if it means letting colonization go. You can't let them hurt the forest without purpose, right? And you care what happens to this land. You know why he's kept silent all this time? Was let them meet the Naquals and the Leaf King. And you, too. Ever since that Ignis turned into one of the little buggers, August hasn't made a single peep like he did during the Great Expedition. No, colonization has proceeded quite smoothly, and the pioneers have breached the reaches of the Serpentine Labyrinth. Isn't that all the proof you need? No sacrifices, no saviors. Everything's just on the edge of boiling over. Do you disagree? I'm more than willing to listen. Morimer, my old friend in battle. If you and your ilk are indeed this new force Morimer thinks you are, then I bestow upon you my protection that you may light the way ahead. Hey, we can enter that dungeon we've already been inside of now. Sorry. Fortunately, Princess, I can't allow you to go in there. Not that I don't appreciate your valor, far from it, but your talents are better used elsewhere. Dark-Killing can only protect you so much, and there's other things that need to be doing. Like what? Look within yourself. Is searching for dragon scales the best way to help? What about Adeline? Don't they need their shining beacon given the state Ignis is in? You're right. I'm needed in the city. I know you can do this without me. There are things in Adeline only I can handle. And among them, gathering information. I'm sure you'll do the same, although in a different way. We got this. I know searching for the scales will be dangerous, and it may mean your life, but there's no one I would trust more. Aww. After all, we each have our role to play. And Darkulin, I know you can talk to Lorwyn telepathically. Could you do the same with me? So you knew all along. I'll tell you this, there are some things better left unknown. Yes, some truths cannot be untruthed. I'm not one to shy away from candles in times of darkness. The blood of Adeline courses through me. I am prepared to fight. Girl's got a leg up on you, Shaggy. Well, then I shall do what I can. Anything I tell Lorwyn, I shall tell you as well. I trust you don't mind. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, they'd be turbo dead, Triaxia. Lorwyn of the Serpentine Labyrinth is a tough nut to crack. It's a 2 to 3 day dungeon, according to Valerian. I'm actually tempted to pull out my countdown, my timer, and actually time how long this is going to take. And by tempted, I mean I'm going to do it. This is happening. Oh yeah, I'd love to hear it. Like I already have a pretty good idea of how this is going to go down. So there's no spoilers at this point. Okay. There's the upper, there's the lower. I have 2 maps on my screen now. Because that's the kind of dungeon we're about to do. Oh, God, Valerian. You poor, unfortunate soul. That actually, unironically, sounds terrible. Zone point at the end. That's a one-way. I'll make this work. We're gonna see, Mr. Red. We're gonna see. What's funny is I've already gone about 1/3 of the way through the damn place before I realized I couldn't progress any further. There's quest items in there, for those of you wondering. And if you can't pick up the quest items, you can't keep going. What's that, Blade 12? Hit me. I'm ready. I'm ready for the viscerality. Okay, so we'll go to here. Doesn't matter where. I don't see a waypoint inside. But it might just not be labeled. Yeah, I've actually been feeling for a while now that Rhapsody is going to be kind of the downhill, you know what I mean? And let me tell you, I'm ready for that. At this point in my life. No offense to this game, really, because the game has finally started improving substantially. But I'm ready to be done with this game. And it's only been like 2 weeks and 3 days. Are there so many players here? What the hell? Yeah, I know I'm weird, Valerian. Valerian has suggested like 8 times, perhaps defensively, that I would be enjoying this game a lot more if I wasn't playing it at my usual pace, to put it into such terms. Now, I know myself, and I know that that's not true. In fact, I'll tell you exactly what happened if I was taking my time with this game. I would have just put it down. Like, I can just imagine being in the middle of vanilla and like, you know what, I need a break. And I go take a break. And I'm just going to be like, I don't want to go back to that. You know? Now that's true, Valerian. I do think that, well, I think most people don't understand how taxing it is to stream a game that you don't enjoy. Not to sound complainy, but it is something, shall we say, detractors tend to forget, I feel. Okay, hey, I've got your quest items for you. Since I've already been in here. Yeah, I mean, this would have been great if I just had a YouTube video or a movie or a show up on the side, you know. I do have people to chat with, which is always nice. Appreciate you. I love how the moment you say interesting music, it stops. Damn right, push-ups. I'm going to go to the corporations and be like, do you want to quit your job? You should! It's my goal to destroy corporations from within. Oh my god, yes, I get it. It's another way to open the path. Hopefully I won't have to deal with too many of these. Open up, you piece of punch. Oh. Yeah, you just punched like a steel wall, dude. You're a pioneer, right? So what's a little blood? I am, on the other hand, much more delicate. Let me put my handwork to the test and make you a patent of your own. Okay. I have now learned pulverizing, which is the last survival skill. West and a bit north in this room. Look, right over there. Maybe up here? I'll check in a second. Ah, you mean the augural conveyor, don't you? Aggressive debt collector. Listen, you're going to pay this debt off and like it. But I say it to the debt collectors, right? The debt holders. And so I just go around beating up people who hold debt. Like a reverse loan shark. You're going to let this debt go. Punch. My Geomagnetron has been attuned. Nothing happens when I try to use it, but I'm attuned to it, whatever it is. Okay. So now I gotta walk. I gotta pay attention to a map, so I'm not gonna talk as much as I usually do. For the record, I do agree with you, Blade Terrell, about animations. Although, that does mean quite amusingly that you just raised WoW's score. I don't know if you can live with yourself, Blade Terrell. You know what, I just realized I need a third map up. No, actually I hadn't. I did remember I wanted to, and apparently I never got around to it. Whoops. I even remember the discussion I had, because it was, I think, with you. When we were talking about the casting animations, and I mentioned how most of them are specific to the race, not the class. So viscerality didn't apply in the same way it does, like, say, FF14. We had a whole discussion about that. I even remember it. I was roaming around Orgrimmar when I was talking about it. Apparently I never actually jotted down the animation positives. Whoops. Auditing the games before your very eyes. I'm sorry, I'm just absolutely triple checking here. But yeah, by all accounts, this is it. Have I felt anything positive? At this point in time, I'm not sure that positivity exists, like in general, right? I'm pretty sure there is nothing good in the world. Okay, so now we're here. Now we want to go this way. There we go. Pop stealth super quick. Valerian mentioned something off camera which caught my attention. He talked about being able to break the game in half. And I have to admit, I tend to like it when a game lets you do that. Indeed, even encourages you to do that. I'm about a third of the way through them, but I've been taking notes as I go. No, they've been very helpful, thank you, Blade. I was going to do something similar on my own time, but honestly, all of the existing guides I was able to find kinda sucked. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. Final Fantasy VIII. While we're on the subject, Final Fantasy V. Half the fun of FF5 is the nonsense you can get up to. Is there a timer on these, by the way? Asking for a friend. Okay, good. Chill here for a minute, then. Next. Game. There you go. So I've been meaning to ask you something, Digital. What is the specific benefit of saving TP for an attack? Or to phrase that differently, what's the difference between attacking something with 3,000 TP instead of 1,000? I have been playing around with that this entire time, and frankly, haven't noticed any substantial difference. See, that's what I assumed. I just haven't noticed the damage go up noticeably. I suppose I'm fighting a bunch of different stuff. That has to account for the inconsistency. But see, that was only 11,000 damage from a triple. For example. Shoot, I have something in my eye. Ah! One moment, please. Time to give a negative to everything. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. God, it's starting to get hard to navigate the document. I have to scroll through 300 negatives to get to the positives now. Okay. Back into it. By the way, hi, D20. And hi, Ben. Is this better or worse than the Dark Crystal? So, here's the thing, Darkrai. The Dark Crystal is really freaking bad. Ah! So much. The second time through. The first time through, a lot of people forget, is actually pretty smooth. No real issues. Hold up. Where am I? Where am I? Okay, I see where I am. Yeah, exactly. The first time you go through the Great Crystal, the mandatory time is a joke. The second time is so much worse than this. As I have shown off on camera before, the second time you go to the Great Crystal, a map barely helps. Now, granted, I have a mini-map here, which helps tremendously. But still. I love how the elevator is called the vertical transit device. I'm not even mad. That makes sense. What's an elevator? And we lost one. Damn it. Oh, God. Don't even get me started on that, Darkrai. You know, I just had a random thought. Because of how truncated this is, there's a non-zero chance we will never actually learn what these ruins are. I mean, I'm sure it's some ancient precursor or another. But, like, usually there's some explanation for what the place is, right? Or we'll go through and there's like, oh my god, there's the ancient seal deal. They've already even named it. It was called Hades. It's like, oh my god, there's Hades. What do we do? And then we'll kill him, because that's what we do. It's like, okay, Hades is dead. Cool. The end. By the way, we just hit the 10-minute marker for a bit of an idea of how long we've been in here. Most of that was getting through that door, though. Wow, Glitch of all. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. If you ever looked up... Exactly, projects. If you ever looked up the under-the-hood code on a lot of Final Fantasy games, even the NES ones, there's a weirdly large amount going on there. Like, more than there probably should be. And in some cases, more than the player is made aware of. That... I could see that, Mr. Red. What? Okay, there's one scale. So now I need a silvery plate, which is... 1 second. Yeah, no kidding, Reggie. Yeah, Nier Automata, aka the ending of Drakengard. That is not a joke. Drakengard 1. Hang on one second. Hey, Arngrim. Yeah, we haven't... It's actually funny to me. We haven't played a lot of JRPGs yet. Although that's kind of on purpose. We're kind of trying to try out with some of the other ones, like Lunar... somewhat lesser-known ones. Like Lunar or Legend of Dragoon or whatever. A lot of the PS1 era stuff. Treasures of Rudras. Although, Treasures of Rudras was broken. My copy of it was broken, which just honestly makes me really sad. Because I couldn't engage with the main gameplay loop. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what it wants me to do here. Valkyrie Profile? Is that the tank one? Or the one with the Angel of Death? Because I get those two very confused. I've played both. Okay, so it looks like I need to go that way. So it wants me to go there. Okay, so Valkyria Chronicles is the tank one. So I've played the first one of those. I did a video on it, too. Valkyrie Profile. I've actually streamed the first one of those. It's funny. They have nothing to do with each other, but I always get them confused because I'm very stupid, you see. So, if I'm reading this correctly, it wants me to go there next? Sorry, like, I've got a weird thing I gotta do now. So, let's do this. Our stealth finally ran out. Yeah, this way. Man, that ain't no humble brag. That's an awesome brag. That's a flex. In a good way. Yes, I do actually know that, Valerian. I was just talking about that. I know you were gone. But I was literally just talking about that. Day 36. The endless screaming darkness. Sorry, what? Okay, so I want to go... See, that's what I'm assuming. I assume they will never actually tell us what's going on here. I hope you're having fun, Arngrim. What'd you roll? Like, what class are you playing? How many ancient civilizations so far? 3 that I know of. You missed this as well, I'm sure, Valerian, but yesterday I made a point. You know when we defeat Ingrid? Right? Which was like 5 quests ago. It wasn't that long ago, timeline-wise. That was the end of Act 1. No, I am 100% serious. Think about it for a second. That was the end of... I don't know what that is. That was the end of Act 1. And yet that was like quest 3 something. In a series of 5. And all of it, so you didn't hear this. Mr. Red actually gets credit for this more than I do. But I was confused as to why this game was the way it was, or that, excuse me, why this expansion was the way it was, until it all made sense. This is your typical launch content, which was intended to be continued, as they always do, with patch content. And this was late 2013, early 2014. I hope you enjoy it for what it is, Arngrim. Please ignore all the times I complain about this game in the VODs. Look, I've been playing this game for weeks, okay? What do you want from me? I can only take so much. I'm in good spirits now. We've been getting to get some much better stuff, and I've been getting more to the swing of it, but oh my god. I hope this is actually what I need. I don't see it. Where's the silver plate? Oh god, where's the silver plate? Game? Oh, never mind. It's there. It's there. God, that freaking text. The feedback in this game is so amazing. Alright, hang on. I gotta... This. Yep. Okay, so we got the silvery plate. Now we backtrack for a minute. Yeah, name a Final Fantasy game with bad music. Go ahead, I'll wait. Oh, dude. When Theatrhythm came out on the 3DS... Ooh. The second one, sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. The second one, the one with way more songs, and like Kingdom Hearts music and stuff. Oh, man. I don't think I was playing Theatrhythm when I was going to Gen Con. Sorry, to explain that. So, when I used to use Street Pass, I would get, like, maybe one tag a month, maybe. And I just stopped doing it. But when I was at Gen Con, I just happened to have my 3DS on one time, and I got, like, 20 tags in seconds. And I was just like, oh! And I got into the habit of carrying it around in my pocket on. Just so I could get tons and tons and tons of tags. I ended up actually playing a bunch of the Street Pass games effectively for the first time at Gen Con because of that. It would be an interesting experiment to bring my 3DS again if I ever go back to a convention, see if anybody actually still does that. Probably not, but it'd be interesting. Okay. Don't worry, we're about halfway through this, guys. What's a 3DS? Well, you see... Okay, so we are now here. Looks like we got another... Looks like we got 2 more barriers to push through, so that's another 10 minutes on top of our time. Give or take. Unless the door's not there, I'd be cool with that. Oh, I know that feel, Bishops. I know that very well. I'll tell you a little story. Once upon a time, for reasons I don't want to go into right now, I had to stay up for about a week. No, a whole week, solid. It was quite unpleasant. And I'm not saying that to get sympathy. What I'm trying to say is I also had to do my job that week. And I was mostly fine while I was working on stuff, you know, at home. until I had to go to my job, at which point it suddenly became a huge difficulty to stay awake at night. I think painful is the word I'd use, Trihexia. Yeah, Curtain Call. That's the one I was thinking of. The second theater rhythm game. I think. Yes, Trihexia. That's right. Life is pain. Darkness. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Flaming Hot Cheetos. It sounds like, if you think about it, it sounds like the name of a song, doesn't it? Flaming Hot Cheetos. Or maybe a band name. So, Blanchefall, what are these lair reeves? Out of curiosity. Raves? Rives? R-E-I-V-E. Yeah, the mascot's a little cheetah plushie. Yes, Keanu Reeves. Bowling for Soup. I mean, one of my favorite band names ever is still Goat Cheese Pizza. So what, you get resources out of it, or what? Money, currency. Hugs? Does it give hugs? By the way, I just noticed there are several warps to entrance in this dungeon. Which... yeah. Mustard pluck. Why does this say to go this way? I saw that, Ross. I don't even have anything to add to that. well, that's the second Reeve I have entered and been ejected from. And I've taken out a wall since then, so I'm going to assume I'm fine. Also, there's nothing I can do about it now anyways, so... I wonder what weird-ass exploit they were patching out because of that. Now here's the million-dollar question. Can we actually reach the end of the dungeon to get the waypoint now? Because I have a really awful feeling that the answer to that is no. But okay, so there's the Moon Touch scale. I want to go this way, actually. Yeah, Spain won push-ups. Woo! We might as well go for it. We've only got one scale left. Yeah, one more. Oh, tell me about it, Arngrim. I've told this story before, but since you didn't hear me say this, I'm sure. My friend Pax started playing one time without me. And he was playing with a German gentleman who had been playing with universally Japanese players pretty early into the game's launch. It was apparently a thing. Like, a whole thing. Let's see, so I want to go down here, right? Right. Yes. Apparently the skill, the trick to getting the Japanese players to help out, because they've been playing the game for a while at that point, right? Was to always act like a complete newbie and ask for help constantly. Like, could you help me with this, please? And apparently that was like the key to getting them to stop being a little, shall we say, snobby and be like, oh, yeah, sure, hey. I don't know how to find this. Can you help me? Absolutely. Fun fact, that trick works in real life regardless of the language of the person speaking. This is a very real... this is a life hack, I'm going to tell you right now. Damn it. If you ever are dealing with someone who's being a little bit antagonistic, or you're not sure how they're going to treat you, like, say, someone at the DMV, for example, act stupider than you are. Not very stupid. You don't want to be aggressively stupid. But maybe stupid is the wrong word. Act more ignorant than you are. Let's say you know how to do something, but you want some help with one step of the process. Pretend you don't know how to do any of it. And just ask, humbly, so hang on, so where do I hit the thing? A lot of people will chill a lot if you basically do that metaphorical bow to them. Yeah, don't go Karen. That's different. But I'm being sincere. This is a technique I use constantly. I pretend I know less than I do. Because people actually like to be helpful. People also like to feel like they know more than you. So a positively inclined person is someone who just wants to help, and a negatively inclined person wants to flex. both groups of people will help you. So... this should be our last door we push through. Yeah, for completely different reasons, too. Yes, I saw the Doomsday trailer. I was thoroughly unimpressed. I have pretty much decided not to watch the film now. Not that I was going to anyways. So I guess that's not saying much. God, what was the last theater movie I saw? I think it was actually Barbie, in my case. I'd have to think about that. The last trailer I saw I was impressed by. Let's not count game trailers, because that is cheating. So the MCU... I was actually just talking about this earlier. The MCU used to have their own in-house trailer company, and they did some decent stuff. Like, there were some really good trailers they pushed out. So that... they stopped using that company a long time ago. They have become a lot more formulaic since then. So the last film they did, that trailer company, did a trailer for, I can even tell you the specific movie. It was Infinity War. Then they started outsourcing. I'm trying to think if anything came out after Infinity War that I liked the trailer of. Pixar usually does some good stuff, but they've been in a similar rut for a while. Congratulations, Reggie. You're old. Welcome to the club. Hi, Zara. Come on. There we go. Supposedly Obsession and Backroom are both really good. I don't like horror, so I'm not going to touch them. But I've heard nothing but good things. Well, since I'm basically auto-attacking here... that's something I really good. Okay, so when was Infinity War? That was 2018. So since then we've had Toy Story 4, Onward, Soul, Luca, Turning Red, Lightyear, Elemental, Inside Out 2, Elio, Hoppers, and Toy Story 5. None of which had a good trailer. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I think Infinity War is the last good movie trailer I've seen. Unfortunately, I can't think of any show trailers I've seen off the top of my head. Forgive me. Where am I? I am here. I mean, that sounds perfect for me, Giga. Where's C8? That's on map 2, right? Yeah, where's C8? It's way the ass over there. I think I made a mistake, and I'm not sure I can correct it. give me a sec. So I'm here, which means I can go... nowhere. The only way I could go is there, which leads me to there. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to redo most of the dungeon. We're going to keep going so we can get that waypoint so this isn't wasted. So when I did an earlier pass, when I was on the northwest quadrant of the map, I needed to do a detour to drop down to a spot where I could get the demonic architrave, which gets me one of the scales. I missed that step. And I don't think I can retread that. I think I have to start over from the beginning, because this dungeon is actually pretty linear. Like, there's no backtracking, right? The good news is I'm pretty sure this is the end of the dungeon. And yeah, I did see Maverick in the films. So if that's more recent than Barbie, then I saw that too. I also saw the Mario movie in theaters. The first one, not the second one. Yeah, no, this is forwards. Well, okay. Nice place, by the way. What the hell is this? Well, let's keep going until we have a warp point, because that's pretty much the goal at this point. I have no guide now, I'm just walking. Listen, I don't need a guide. Playing FF11. Yeah, I commented earlier that even some of the most basic of quests pretty much require a guide, because you have to talk to a very specific NPC after another very specific NPC in order to talk to another very specific NPC, and you have to do all this in order. It's actually gotten better about that in the more recent expansion. This one, that is to say, Adeline. Okay, so let's see what happens, because... Okay, we're dead. Cool, cool. That gets rid of stealth. Cute. Alright, hold on. It's just... Hold up. There's one and only one thing in Midnight I have not done. And that is housing. I have not even touched housing yet. So I'll be doing that pretty fresh on camera. Everything else I've already done. I'm already in patch content. In terms of my own personal playthrough. Okay, so this connects to... Oh, God. This is another case where I need 2 maps. This is just... It's just my life, isn't it? Okay, so I am here. Where do I want to go? That's the real question. So, hang on. I want to go there, which means I need J. J is over there, which means I need I. I is over there, which means I need H. Sense of a trend. H is there. I can reach H from D or G. Okay, where's D and G? There's D. It looks like I have access to D now, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. So let's assume we do. We have to go through another barrier. Why are none of these barriers open? Where are all the players doing all these quests? Come on! Where's my representation? How long do these stay dead, by the way? Like, how long do the barriers stay down? Asking for a friend who's about to go through this dungeon again in, like, 10 minutes here. Few hours. Okay, so I should hopefully be good. These walls should actually stay down. That should speed up the second run through there. At this point, I'm kind of committed to keeping on. There we go. Amusingly, I still think the last movie I saw in the theaters was a good one. I liked Maverick. Quite a lot, actually. And Barbie. It had a couple of issues, but it was still a very good film. I mean, what film doesn't have issues, right? The biggest issue with Barbie by far was the presumption that all of the issues that it presents can be resolved with, like, a chat. And then it just kind of sweeps all of the very real, very valid topics it brings up under the rug to get on with the movie. Fingers crossed, which of all? of dead people in here. Jeez Louise. This really is the Mana Fortress. Maverick did two things that impressed me personally. First, it treated me like I had a brain. There are several scenes where instead of vomiting exposition or having Netflix writing, the scene just sits and lets you figure out what's going on, oftentimes without even having dialogue at all. That's distressingly rare nowadays, so I appreciated that. Second, the main thrust of the film was to accomplish something that was very difficult to do. I know what you're thinking. What's so impressive about that? Hear me out for a second. Movies have been in sort of a arms race with themselves since the 60s, actually. Because movies want to do something that's impressive. They want to show that there's this impressive thing that the hero or the villain or whatever is accomplishing, right? In order to do that, they do something that's generally considered to be impossible. Sense make, right? You know, throwing a car at someone is a very classic example. The Hulk picks up a car and throws it. That's impressive. But like I said, there's been a bit of an arms race about that, where they escalate, and it gets to the point where it's kind of stopped being impressive. I actually know a few people who have looked at some of the feats some people pull off and said, that's it? Yeah, the DBZ effect is pretty much what this is. Maverick dragged the scale all the way down quite a bit. The thing they needed to do was pull a very specific turn and a series of turns, actually, and then a incline followed by a decline, rapid fire back to back, which meant extreme Gs to the point where most people would simply black out from experiencing them, because blood, brain, etc. That's it. That's the challenge. That's impressive. The fact that they dragged it down sufficiently kind of made me go, oh. What they did is still basically impossible, but that's the point, isn't it? It's like one step past what a person could do, as opposed to like 50. This is going to be a bit of a trip. We're basically walking across the entire map now. It is kind of an interesting dungeon. Honestly, the only thing that irritates me is the barriers that get in the way, and whatever. I do think it's overly long. We've been in here with a guide for 50 minutes now. Whoops, I just went the wrong way. That's on me. Now, about 18 or so of those minutes have been fighting those doors, but still. At least the song is a nice long loop to accommodate that. And you do kind of find yourself wondering, what the hell is all this crap? We'll never know, of course. They'll never explain what any of this is. Unless they do it in FF14, which would be funny. True, Blade Javal. It's not as bombastic as most Final Dungeon songs are. It's also more creepy / atmospheric than anything else, which fits a giant alien architecture, which is in the middle of a continent and seals away an entity which is being referred to as Hades. We know exactly two things about this Hades thing so far, other than its name. It's evil. No, for real. It hates everything with a breath, I believe is how they phrased it. In other words, It wants to kill everything. Just everything. Okay. And the second thing is it took substantial effort in order to seal it away. That's about it. That was the turns I just mentioned, push-ups. But yes, you are correct. Which is just making my point for me. Yes, this way. Sorry, I apparently need to be checking this map more since I already missed something. Like a doofus. Yeah, the dragon is out there like, what is taking him so long? And I'm like, oh my god! I'm getting in leg day, that's what this is. If I had thought about it, I would have used my sprint boots, but I'm an idiot and didn't think about it. Now it's basically too late. I'll use my sprint boots the second time I'm in here. There's a player here. Oh, that's a good point. So, yeah, so let's see. We had the Shadow Lord for vanilla. We had the Twins Dumb for Zillart. We had Promathia, technically Nagmelota, for Promathia. Then we had Lilith, really Odin, but Lilith for Wings. Treasures was... That's kind of a tough one. It's probably because you're tired of push-ups. Jumping jacks helps me, by the way, if I'm really that tired. It's the blood pumping, right? Yeah, I guess the Vizier, kinda. I mean, he was the villain, he's just... I don't know. I guess he counts. It just feels weird counting him. Yeah, I was gonna say Odin, but then again, Odin was also the villain of Wings. And near as I can tell, it's actually the villain of the entire game. It's not even a joke. Okay, so I should be at H now. Yes, okay. Me doing this. And yeah, apparently it is Hades here. So that leaves Rhapsodies. Now, we've already seen Mr. Masked Dude from the future. Let me say right now, that's not the main villain. I'm just gonna call that. I know. Soft serves. Slow option. Low ball? No. Easy mode? Whatever. Not a very difficult prediction. Slow ball. There we go. That's the word I was thinking of. Slow ball. God, I can't talk. I can't talk. There's another player! Why are there players in here? What are you doing in here? Why are you here? Alright, although this means the door might be down. That'd be nice. It looks like the door's not down. What would I put as the villain? So there's two... Hey, the door actually is open. Oh my god. Two ideas that come to mind immediately for a villain of something like Rhapsodies, right? Big wrap-up, recovering old concept, etc., etc. Option number one, the Shadow Lord. Return to the original villain, right? Bookends, you get it, right? Option number two, Odin. Actually have the villain of the entire game be the villain of the last expansion. And I want up. Look, we make a hobby of killing him. Well, it's actually funny you say that, Arngrim. I was actually thinking the player would be another good choice. The catch is, I don't think they would do that, specifically because they already have. Yes, Gravity Circuit is funded, Walker. Chill Pangolin pushed it over the line. Those players have been here since 2013. They will never leave. So I don't... one of my first thoughts was the player, but I don't think they'll actually do that. And honestly, I feel like the Shadow Lord is an incorrect choice. Because, yeah, the Shadow Lord's already been pulled twice as well. And Odin's already been pulled twice, and you tell me he's a super optional boss all the way back in Treasures. So, my actual guess is someone we haven't seen before. It's a completely new villain who's probably been behind everything this entire time. And is like the manipulating force trying to change everything. It's probably time-related, too. It's probably some kind of temporal thing, given that Wings is kind of already bent that way. Or not Wings, sorry, Rhapsodies is already bent that way. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you a waypoint. Okay. Nothing happens. Okay. So, having done that, let me close my maps. Plural. Pull up my other maps. Plural. And let's do this entire thing all over again. Don't worry, it's actually not the whole thing. I literally missed one item. So let's just go here. And yeah, me too, Giga. I've said it already. I'm actually super excited. Ugh, and very curious what they're going to do with Rhapsodies. Sorry, push-ups. Now, that thing needed to be about a fifth the length of what it was. No, you heard me. A fifth. So let me jot down some positives and negatives. Give me a second. Speaking of, let me jot down a couple other positives while they're in my brains. Sorry, give me a second. I can't remember how to spell the name of this place. Ra apostrophe Kuznar. Okay. Now let's do this dungeon again. Don't worry, this really will be a quicker run through. And I'm pretty sure all the doors are down, so it should be even quicker. Fingers crossed. Cross those fingers. Cross them. Yes, actually. The little one was offered an apple, knowing what that would mean. And literally her first bite pulled the tooth right out. Then she gave the apple to me because she didn't want it anymore. It was quite good. Speaking of, you want to hear something absolutely insane? I technically knew this, but I didn't actually put two and two together until yesterday. So you remember how I mentioned very few specific foods give me pretty bad heartburn, like unpleasant heartburn? Pizza's one of those things. But I have now discovered another thing that does it. Peanut butter. I have no idea why. Again, this is something I've noticed before, but never really put two and two together until yesterday and the day before when I had peanut butter for unrelated reasons and just started having extremely bad heartburn, bad acid out of nowhere. And I was just like, what the hell? And then it occurred to me the only thing I'd changed in my diet was the peanut butter. And then I remembered I've had that reaction before in the past. I just never realized that's what was doing it. So, moment of truth, we're about to go to where our first door was. What's funny is I love peanut butter too, Kennex Cat. So, sucks to be me. Could be the sugar? I don't know. Although I have plenty of sweets. Like, I usually don't have this. Yeah, door's down! Ugh. Sorry, you have no idea how happy I am about that. Where am I? This way? Yeah, this way. Okay, okay. It could just be the peanuts, too. Because I don't eat peanuts. No, it's bell peppers push-ups. Very close, though. Very close. I'm surprised you remembered that. Yeah, it could be a mild allergy. I have no idea. I can't go to the doctor and be like, hey, doc, scan me. Give me a full examination. What am I allergic to and why? And how do I fix it? Well, you'll take this hypospray. Probably Bladesville. So here's the actual problem. And this is my fault. I am an idiot. This is 100% on me. So there's these wonderful maps for this dungeon. And it's a guide of how to get through the dungeon. And that's very useful. There are a second bundle of maps which specifically detail how to get the scales. I was not following that second bundle of maps, so I was just manually checking periodically where the scales were to make sure I got them. So I missed one. Now I'm using the scale map, which, again, in practical application means we're just going to be repeating about half the first half of the dungeon. So about a quarter of the dungeon, all told. I hate canceling buffs in this game. I have to do it on the computer. That is to say, on the keyboard. I know, right, Ross? God, I wish I could just go to the doctor and have them scan. Even if it's not like a tricorder. Even if they lay me down on the bed and I have to spend like an hour as they slowly and meticulously scan my body to figure out everything wrong with me. I would still love that. I would pay to do that, perhaps ironically. I would be willing to sacrifice that. Yeah, and then they give you a hypospray. This has all the various stuff you need. Psh, you're going to need another one next week and another one next week, but it's okay because you're always going to have a supply of these. Psh. God. Yeah. Yes, yes, please. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's free. Yeah, you know what? I would endure having to go into the coffin if I had to, if it would work. If it could give me the full details of everything wrong with me and how to fix it. I mean the how to fix it's on the actual doctor, but you know what I mean. I have the endurance. I could lay very still for a long period of time. It will be quite unpleasant, but I can do it. You know, this is kind of silly. See, the thing is, I've actually had that exact same thought. I think I would get along well with the doctor quite a bit. You know why? because I would treat him with respect immediately and without actually thinking about it. Not because I know who he is, just because that's who I am. Yeah, I am very no-nonsense, and I'm very respectful. I'm pretty sure he would be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Do this and this and this. All right, thank you. You're welcome. And remember, one of the Doctor's biggest reasons for being cantankerous is being treated like he's an object. And the disrespect that comes from that. I'll never forget an early episode. I think it was a season 1 episode. It was season 1 or 2. Where there's a dude who's there for something who is looking at Kes and talking to Kes while the Doctor is answering his questions and responding to him. Well, I also am really good at small talk, Blade Jamal, so I could imagine just getting into a conversation about, random example, opera with the Doctor. I also have an extremely broad series of interests, which coincidentally helps me with the aforementioned soft talk, or small talk. So we can just chat about that. Be like, hey. Yeah, Bashir, I would probably have the most issues with Bashir. We all know what would happen if I was in the same room with Crusher. And we'll just leave that there over the side. McCoy is pretty no-nonsense. I'd just be like, yep, sure. You got it. Phlox, I would probably be the most uncomfortable with. Not because he's an alien, but because he's creepy. No, I'm sorry. Never, von Falkenstein. You can't make me. Yeah, his pets are right there. Yeah, not because he's an alien. Because he is alien. That's a good way to put that. Back up to here. Repop this. I think I'd get along with Pulaski just fine. First of all, she's extremely attractive. So I'd be flirting with her too. Second of all, she's basically just McCoy again. I mean, the whole idea with Phlox was supposed to be that he's the... I don't know what word to use there. Because, like, McCoy was the frontier doctor. Phlox was supposed to be, like, even more frontier than that, if that makes sense. Before the frontier. That was the idea behind Phlox. But not even the outsider, just, like, before medical technology had really developed. A lot of what he did was completely experimental. There's a reason he had all those pets. It's because they had random things that he had discovered were useful in certain situations. Experimental, I think, is probably the word I would use if you force me to pick one. Yeah, the innovator, that's a good word. That's Phlox. Like at the absolute bleeding edge of medical technology. McCoy knew his stuff. A lot of people forget McCoy is basically as smart as Spock is. He's just smart as in the medical field specifically. McCoy knew his stuff extremely well. But he had to. He was on the frontier, right? In other words, make it work without the backing and the resources and, you know, the stuff TNG had. Which brings me to Crusher. Crusher is the established doc. She's the family doc, right? Your GP, as we would call him nowadays. She knows her stuff well, of course, but that's because she's been practicing it in a lab for most of her life. And if she has issues, she has 20 people and 30 facilities she can reach inside of an hour in order to help. Yeah, exactly, Blade Joel. And then, yeah, Bashir is the prodigy. The one who is just kind of ludicrously better than everyone else for his own reasons. And then we have the Doctor. He's the miracle. But the weird thing about the Doctor is, and he absolutely has a character arc about this, the Doctor was a perfect example of intellect without wisdom. Yeah, exactly. He was an encyclopedia. He had an insanely in-depth breadth of knowledge and no real knowledge of how to apply that at the start. One of the Doctor's character arcs is him learning how to apply that knowledge, learning how to use that knowledge in practical application. There's a reason he invents stuff. He's an innovator again, in many ways. There's a reason he invents new medical technologies and new procedures and new policies that can help people in ways that no one else can. There's a reason why when he goes back to talk to his own creator, who, I remind you, has a degenerative disease that no one's been able to cure in the Federation, it is the Doctor who comes up with the cure that can actually work. Hang on, let me verify where I am. Yes. Actually, I don't have to go this way. I can go this way. I wanted to triple check that. I can just speed this up a little bit here. Culmination's a good word, too. I like that, Reggie. And we mentioned Pulaski earlier. She is McCoy, but much sexier. I'm just saying, would. 100%. Oh, absolutely, Reggie. Interestingly enough, each Doctor is almost perfectly suited for their given situation. Phlox really is perfect for that early in the timeline, and a ship that's one of the first ships that can go as far out as it does. McCoy is perfect for the frontier. Crusher is perfect for the establishment, right? The TNG era. Bashir is really good for DS9. That's probably one of the only ones that doesn't fit perfectly. The Doctor is pretty much perfect for Voyager. Okay, so I should now be here. Yes. I actually don't know push-ups. Also, I'm not sure that was Roddenberry's idea. Don't quote me on that. I appear to still have a stealth. No, that sucks. Yeah, Bashir could have worked on Voyager. I agree with that. Let's try that again. In 9 seconds. That would be very funny, Triaxia. And then everyone would be like, wait, what? How did... But you... What? Yeah, I find myself wondering how other Doctors would deal with something like Borg technology. We know how Phlox dealt with that, and he had enough of a brain to realize how screwed he was, and came up with an extremely desperate last-ditch effort just to try and save himself. And it barely worked. Damn, is there really another door? There is another door. Right? This is me. I need to go through here. Ah, whatever. Whatever. No, yeah, I didn't go this way last time, so that makes sense. I actually agree with Blaytoll. If we were to take... It's an interesting thought exercise. Take every Doctor and put them everywhere else, right? How would Bashir have handled the Enterprise era, for example? Like, I think he would have been fine, but ultimately severely limited. And probably severely stifled by all the people he had to work with constantly. He definitely wouldn't have had an O'Brien equivalent, and that's kind of critical to Bashir's growth. I actually think Bashir would have refused to use some of the Borg tech in Voyager. I think he would have actively pushed away from it for moral reasons. For ethical reasons. To use another comparison point, I don't think Bashir would have ever saved B'Elanna in that one episode. It's not a dig, I'm just saying. Crusher would have probably been in the same boat, and for the same reason. Yeah, it's probably because they hadn't really thought about it yet, Trex. Yeah. What ethics? I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah. It's entirely possible Bashir, and definitely Crusher, would have never allowed Tuvix to be murdered. Oh god, yeah. Bashir and TNG, he would have hated that. Another player. Why are there so many players here? What are they farming? I'm so confused. That's true, he would have met O'Brien on the Enterprise. That is valid. Yeah, no, Crusher... If there is one thing that distinguishes Crusher from all the other medical staff, it's that she is also a commander. More so than any of the others, she has that officer rank, for lack of a better way to put it. She's the kind of person who has absolutely no problem giving orders and taking charge of a situation like that. She would have relieved Janeway on the spot. Okay, so where am I going? This way? This way, I guess. Who would I think would have hated their time on Voyager? Harry Kim! Yeah, remember, Crusher also has command training, too. I also agree that McCoy probably would have. That's the funny thing. Most of the doctors probably would have pushed back on Janeway. The only one who might have gone along with her is Phlox. And frankly, that depends on which Phlox we're talking. If we're talking the best written Phlox, Season 4, he would have also protested that. Okay, I have found the final scale. Oh my god. Yeah, Bashir also pushed back. It's just, he was a hologram. There's only so much he could do. Actually, believe it or not, there's precedence for that, Lord Haremont. It has to do with fields of expertise. Let me explain this extremely simply. Let's say you're a commander, Kira Whitenoise is a commander, and Von Falkenstein is a commander. You all gained your commander status the same day, so let's just throw seniority out the window. So all of you have been a commander and been a commander of the same rank, and been a commander for the exact same amount of time. But Von Falkenstein is a commander on the bridge who has been dealing with military situations. You are a commander who is in the medical procession, and Kira Whitenoise is a scientist. Now, the individual and specific situation determines who actually gets to say, this is what we're doing in this situation. If there is a medical crisis, you automatically take control. You are the highest ranking officer. If there is some kind of scientific dilemma or something's about to destroy the ship, that's probably going to be Kira Whitenoise's territory. And if there's an enemy about to attack you, or the captain's been killed and somebody's taking command of a combat situation, that's Von Falkenstein. Make sense? Yeah, honestly, most Trek people wouldn't have let Janeway murder Tuvix, which has always weirded me out a little bit that all of the Voyager staff just kind of went along with it. We know that's a last-minute change, and we know that it's the writing making it worse. Actually, I covered this recently during the lore run. But it is kind of weird that essentially nobody except the Doctor protests her murdering Tuvix. Sorry, I did actually catch your question. I apologize for not answering it out loud. What is my favorite board game to play with people who aren't into board games? Not that they're against them, just that they're beginners. Amusingly, I have very recently recovered that exact same topic. So if you're trying to see if people like real board games, there are 3 board games that are perfect for entry-level games. Carcassonne, Ticket to Ride, and Tokaido. All 3 of those are a great way of being like, so, do you like board games? They're very easy and quick to pick up, but they have more depth to them than your typical, like, kiddie garbage board games. And they're a good entryway into the kind of mechanics and kind of style that most real board games actually do. Elitism. Oh my god. There's 3, I think. Right? Yes. Oh, right. Also, that took us 1 hour and 22 minutes to do. Now, granted, I did make a mistake. That was on me. But that's still about an hour to do that dungeon with a map. Oh, Cisco would hate himself for that, Ross. More to the point, Cisco would never call itself anything other than killing. At no point in time would he try to call it anything else. Fun fact, by the way, the original version of that script didn't treat Tuvix as a person, and then at the end, Janeway just fixes the problem and the characters are back. And Tuvix kind of goes along with it. I bring this up because it's actually interesting to me that that version of the script, while worse written, is less problematic. Because the writer, I forget who, wanted there to be a big dramatic moment. So he decided to twist the screws at the last minute and make it this big dramatic sacrifice as Janeway is murdering a man to save her crew. And as a result, made the whole situation so much worse. Because now Tuvix is protesting his own murder, instead of willingly sacrificing himself for the other 2 to exist. And Janeway is killing one of her own crew members, while everyone else just kind of goes, yep. I need some water. I'll be right back. Again, it bears repeating, the only person who protests at all is the Doctor. The only one. Yeah, everyone just stares at him blank-faced. Blank-faced. It makes sense, though, because remember, that scene was rewritten, so that's why nobody else has any dialogue, because there was no scene originally. Anyways. Ugh. That sounds horrifying, that Overlord. And yes, that was lemon. Not lemonade, but lemon. Okay, we're done with the dungeon from hell. Now time to go do the dungeon from hell for real. I'm kidding. Maybe. So, I don't want to spoil too much, but the way they did Archer and Similitude was pretty much the Tuvix situation, but better in every way. My favorite part was how Archer himself kept saying that he didn't care, kept saying that he has to do this. But the way he's saying it was so clearly making it obvious that he was just absolutely shredded internally. That it was destroying him to make this choice. That's why he sounded so angry. It's one of the very few times I think Scott Bakula did a good job of acting as Archer. He was mad about that. And all of that was just the mask being thrown out of there. I need Trip. Not you. Trip. This has to happen. I have no choice. Like, God. Oh. Yeah, no, it's an extremely rare case when I praise Bakula and Archer in the same sentence, but there we are. So, how you feel? I'd long resigned myself to eternal pain, but I remember what it feels like to be whole. It's all fading away. The nightmare is over. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what it's like to be in pain for extended periods of time, and then all of a sudden pain goes away. It's a strange sensation. No, Ross, absolutely not. Picard would be the one protesting. If somehow, magically, the rest of the TNG crew was like, we gotta kill Tuvix, Picard would be the one to stand his ground and say, absolutely not. Kirk would find a way to keep them both somehow, because that's what Kirk does, but... I am free. Once more I'll be able to soar above the clouds, feeling their wet droplets coalesce on my flesh. Children of men, you have my thanks. Now that I am whole once again, I will aid your cause. A dragon does not forget his promises. Even this music sounds like Secret Amana music, doesn't it? Like, just a little. Just a little. No, I don't think that's an issue, Trihexa, because you have to understand, the other two people are currently dead. Murdering someone to save the lives of two people is morally wrong. And Picard is extremely morally centric. It's not math. He's not going to play math. Oh, God! Yeah, remember, Neelix and Tuvok were dead. Exactly, Blake Tuvok. Picard would never take that. Now, amusingly, I can tell you exactly what Jellicoe would do. Jellicoe would be like, all right, I need you to go down and be changed back to the twins. And Tuvix would be like, but I protest. All right, security. It would be such a non-issue. It wouldn't even be the plot of the episode. It would just be like a, yep, drag him down. Ah! Jellicoe pulls out his phaser, stuns him himself. Protest noted. Go do it. Is that a world tree sapling like the one August brought back from Razoa? So what now? You feel like humanity isn't as hopeless as you thought? My friends, these outsiders, what did you call them? Adventurers. They journey the land for all sorts of purposes. Fame, fortune, justice, wanderlust. Here they fulfill the role of pioneers. They come from the Middle-Lands, but they've been all over the world. They've been to Ottergon, where they served as mercenaries. Probably be impressed. You've certainly been busy when not under my gaze. We talk of August and curses, ancient empires and forgotten kingdoms, but what Vana'diel is today, it is because of young men and women like Lorerunner. Age of adventure. A rhapsody of Vana'diel, one might say. Speaking of powers long forgotten, back in those olden times, there were three forces that made all this possible. The savage yet noble hero, King August, the twinned world tree which watches over all life, and you, Sajaka, a holy dragon whose light shines like the freshly woken sun. Oh god, he's a zealot. Mirror Jellicoe's a zealot. I thought all had been lost. We worked as hard as we could, yet it was all we could do to seal away Hades. And now with those forces in precipitous decline, I thought there was no way to save the land. Up until this moment, I had taken these phenomena to herald the beginning of the end. I thought myself irreparably shattered, yet now my wounds are mended. This is all thanks to you. With this, you should be able to restore the World Tree. 2 of the 3 are ready to be brought near. What about August, whose spirit is held hostage in the labyrinth? Only we had something that could compare to his valor. We do. Lord Runner, you have traveled throughout Vanadia. There's a certain song you may have heard of. It shelters us in time of need. A mere song. Yes, this song has been passed down in Adoulin from generation to generation. Said to be from the goddess herself. Though storms may brew and threaten the land, there's one shining star that shall help us stand. Remains resolute before man and beast, and brings it with it a song, a bright hope, when fortune has ceased. This ally is just, its eye raised to the sky, protecting us from foes, a blessing from on high. It's been around longer than Adoulin, and some scholars assert it was actually originally sung in a tone not known to the people of Vanadia. The section we know is but one part of a greater whole. Our interpretation may be wrong, but nonetheless it is a beacon that guides Adolins in dark times. The goddess of the dawn has served as our eternal protector. We cannot help but think of these words spilled forth from her lips. Hearing this song now, I feel like all hope is not lost, that tomorrow will be a brighter day. As Sajaka said, maybe we do not have the 3 forces that sealed Hades, but we have something they didn't. Just like a holy dragon rising valiantly from the peaks, and a young tree stretching defiantly towards the heavens. We have a new power standing right by our side. So the light of dawn comes from the east, huh? Get it? And this new power can cleanse evil, expel monstrosities, conquer darkness. And yeah, August really reminds me of Tenzin. The sapling you have given us, what are we to do with it? When August recovered the sapling from Razua and brought it here, he planted it in one of the most sacred areas of Obuka. Such an area would have long since fallen to the choking miasma of the Serpentine Labyrinth. Were we able to fix it to the roots of the existing tree, you may bring it back to life, but I have not the faintest notion of how. Not at all? Unfortunately, but do not fret. Should you desire to aid the World Tree, all you need to do is ask it. How do we go about that? Wait, could you possibly mean... Yeah. Hopefully he can still talk. I see you are starting to realize at last. Your first order of business is to restore the World Tree. That's the only way to bolster Ulbuka against the evil within. Well, let's biggity bounce! You know, probably, Ross. We're not there yet, Mr. Red. We're getting there. I have faith we will manage it this week. I pray that I am not mistaken. I've been thinking about what you talked about too, Mr. Red. Mr. Red was arguing for a positive to tone. Interesting, Valerian. I mean... So I already knew that. Is how I'm going to say that. And I'm going to immediately move on from that topic. No, exactly. That's why that's interesting. Confirming that legally is different. I mean, it's one thing to say... Pink is purple, but like if you legally confirm that pink is purple, that's different. Like you can say anything you want to, except in a court. Getting off topic. Yeah, the tone, the fairy tale tone, the thing that's interesting, you know what this expansion really reminds me of? And I do not mean this as an insult. It's a kid's story. even the more surface-level politics kind of lines up with the kind of politics you put in a children's story. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. And yeah, you'll notice they never even bother to try and explain why this dude is 500 years old and just fine. Boromir, I mean. Why am I not surprised to see you, a Lorerunner? To heal the World Tree, we must ask the World Tree for help. So, of course, I thought. Graciela. Ignis, Boromir told us the truth. He said you were using the curse as a way to further understand the World Tree. And the whole time, none of us knew. Lorerunner, show him what Sajaka gave you. Don't worry, I got it in my backpack. Just, there we go. It's bigger than your chest. It's a big backpack. If what the dragon says is true, there's no place left in Obulka sacred enough to plant it. He believes we must use the World Tree itself to make it whole again. What do you think he means? Oh no, what if Ignis can no longer speak? Ing-e-afker. Even your poem only echoes back the same cryptic message. Yeah. Tree grafting. Isn't that where you take one part of the tree, attach it to the other so they both live? Oh, you're magnificent. Thanks. Ignis, thank you. One issue remains. How do we graft a sapling to roots buried so far underground? Yeah. Get a shovel going! Ugh. Do you see that? Is that Ignis? No! Oh, thank goodness, he's merely passed out. So there's a forest. We must search for a forest at G11 in the Khmer Drifts. God damn it, Blateful. What's an earth magic? I feel like I've heard of that before. You guys heard of this? Speaking of which time it is. Oh no, I just looked at the in-game time. It's almost 2,300 hours. Yeah, we're gonna have to catch the next day. It's okay. It's too far out, which is technically a good thing. Anyways, go to the Khmer Drifts because actual guidance. Holy crap. We've got here, see what needs doing. Come here too. Yeah, I hear she's like a white mage / summoner kind of type, Reggie. Alright, where am I going? Looks like straight west. Just in case. I mean, to continue to emphasize how much better this expansion has been, you'll notice almost every negative I've given this expansion has been for the day waits. Which I stand by, firmly. I was actually thinking about that if it was unkind to give every single day wait a negative. And then I realized that I gave every single instance of abandonment in WoW multiple negatives. I know that sounds like a strange comparison, but the point is, the same concern was brought up in both cases. Am I being too harsh? And the answer in both cases is no. This is an ongoing and consistent problem. Yeah, it is not unfair. That is exactly the point. I say without hyperbole, this expansion would be substantially better if I didn't periodically have to wait an uncertain amount of time. Where am I going? What's really strange is I'm not even sure there's like a code reason for it at this point. That's an Aragon Locust, that's not it. I'm ready, Reggie. My body is Reggie. Like, seriously? Okay, fine. We'll go the long way around for no reason. Could be Blade Duval? I don't know. Look, Arspruce and Reggie are the same person, okay? You're both green. That's it. You've got to be kidding me with this. Nope, you are not. Okay, it's literally faster to wait on my hearth. This is my fault. I went directly to my destination, which is always the wrong decision in this game. I'm trying to go slightly more left. Slightly. Stretch. Oh, stretch. Here, take the 5s. I can even see the route to go. I just have to go around. Like I said, I made the mistake of going directly to my destination. No, it is, Mr. Red. That's why it got it. It really is not much, but it is probably the best designed dungeon in the entire game. So far. And I'm not even sure there are any other dungeons. I don't know if Rhapsodies will have any unique dungeons. In fact, Pumpernickel, are there any dungeons, new dungeons in Rhapsodies? Don't have to tell me what they are or when they are, just are there any new ones? There's one. Okay. Because I keep getting the vibe that most of the last stuff in the game is actually in this expansion. Because of the nature of Rhapsodies. Obviously, like, bosses and quests are different, but you get my point. I will have tons of waypoints by then. And yeah, the Escher stuff, which, yeah, I've already been to, obviously. I'll be honest, I didn't think that was Rhapsodies content. I thought it was just optional farming content. I was actually thinking about my chosen trusts. I've only seen alternate Venerial. I have no idea where he's from. Mili Eliapo. Yep, that's from Treasures. Cool. Shantota II is a joke. And Joachim is part of Abyssia. So the only character I don't really recognize, like I have no real knowledge of them as a character, is Valerian. I don't know who Valerian is. No, I know, but like that's just in the past. Why isn't he Valerian South? Like he should be. It is just amusing to me. He is such a minuscule character, considering how ridiculously useful of a trust he is. Like, I've seen a lot of people do a lot of different trust setups, both amongst you guys and amongst, like, people discussing it online. Almost everyone uses Valerian. Everyone uses Valerian. He is great. Oh, the trust is fine. Yes. Hey, I'm on the other side of the cliff. I have learned going around. Oh my god, Reggie. I thought those were a myth. Alright, so I think I'm gonna have to run around getting some waypoints here. I'll pull up a map. Nope, I'm wrong. This is really small. Oh my gosh. So you made it after all. Sometimes the truth is right under your nose, you just don't know it. We thought this place was destroyed and buried centuries ago. This is Leafalia, home of the Leafkin, and the site where the World Tree was first planted. To think we're actually here. I know you're itching to get started, but we gotta wait for Darkulian to bring you Princess. How about we look around while we wait? Well, I'll get the waypoint, because... What's an Odyssean passage? Oh my god, the secret amount of parallels continue. It's even got wealth borrow, just like Secret Amana does. Dude, favorite character, Mr. Ed. 10 out of 10. I have seen all, children, both what you've done and what has befallen the world, and I have chosen to put my faith in you. Pure water is our sustenance and shining light in the shelter. Without those, we would never survive. Our mother cries for aid. Come, let us begin preparations. Okay. Do I care about any of these necklaces, by the way, Bleach of all? Glad you could bake it, Uther. Leafy Lowrunner. The fate of Adolin lies in the balance. You didn't even come to find me. What? I've been in a hurry. Don't be so harsh on him. It's Adolin's... Well, you know, here, I'll tell you the name of the quest, since it's easier to look it up. The name of the quest is The Light's Land. One word. After all, I'm sure Lorna thought about the consequences should he fail. That's why I didn't tell you. I suppose I should thank you. But I really wish you'd told me anyway. Get out! Be gone from our land! Yggdrasil is not a place for people. I know, let's lay a curse on them. Ah, you lunkheads need to clam up before I get angry. We're trying to make the World Tree whole again, and you're a lot of just getting in the way. Make it whole? You can't pull the wool over our eyes. Be gone. Get out. Please calm down and listen to what we have to say. We're going to restore the World Tree, and we want you to witness it. Is she serious? I think she is. You can't fool me. Ah, oh, come on. What could she possibly gain from lying? Arceala, don't worry about them. They'll listen about as well as a berserk goblin. You want to talk? Just stay there and don't move, alright? God. They immediately fly off. See what I mean? For a bunch of bodiless spirits, they sure act like little kids. Definitely animated, but I don't blame them too much. Mortal children are much the same. Yes, this is my brother. I heard Darkulin calling and grabbed onto my leg and wouldn't let go. So I told him he could come along. So this is the stubborn Ignis. Look at the sheen on verdant leaves. How many gardeners does it take to keep you so perfectly pruned? This is no laughing matter. I mean, no offense, he just looks so regal. No, you were making fun of him. When will you ever... there's so little mirth in the world. Can't you allow me one joke? Well, this is quite the spectacle. It's Hades! Who goes there? Hi, I'm the villain of this game. My eyes do not deceive me. That is indeed Princess Arceala. When I saw a dainty figure riding atop a golden beast, I could have sworn my eyes were playing a trick on me, but here you are, in the flesh. I can only thank my good sense in choosing to follow your tracks. What will bring you here? My dear, I've always been a student of history. Call it intellectual curiosity. I chanced upon an intriguing volume and spent many a night poring over it. Too many, perhaps. And I realized I'd stumbled onto a treasure. A treasure of Adolin! Wrong expansion, dude. Oh, sorry. Before I realized it, here I stood. I never thought the phrase lost in one's research could be taken so literally. And yet here I found myself more invigorated than ever I was in my manse. Lady of Adolin, I believe now I understand your penchant for the wilds. Of course, I remain but a humble student. Melvin, about that book. Princess, you seem to recognize this guy. Who is he? He serves Adolin as Minister of Finance. Melvin de Malacroix. Charmed, I'm sure. A man of your standing made him here without bodyguards? He's Hades, guys, he's Hades. The dangers of the forest didn't worry you? A measure of caution is always prudent when venturing into lands unknown, but my pursuit of truth overcame any fears I might have had. I like this one. Reminds of you, Princess, with how you're always trekking in without a care in the world. Your approval is much appreciated, but if I may ask, where are we? It's prepared. Can we plant the seed before he screws everything up, please? Before the Mana Fortress destroys the Mana Tree? Oh my god. That's what's about to happen. The Mana Fortress, which is underground instead of in the air here, is about to destroy the Mana Tree, which we're basically standing at, in the Pure Lands. And the name of the quest is the Light Land. Ah! It's even worse. If you remember, the Mana Fortress was actually underground in Secret of Mana until it was risen up by the power of Mana. This is a sacred land called the Thalia. If you're looking for history, you found it. Thalia. Oh ho! Preparations must be complete. Preparations, say? Might I witness what's about to occur? Of course. Yeah, Mana Fortress, Mana Sword, Mana Beast, Mana Tree. Come on, guys. Young ones, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. The time is right for the mother to be made whole. I shall commence the ceremony. What we do today is to restore the rightful order of things. Nothing should change. All will be as intended. Sons and daughters, bear witness to mother's arrival. You want to hear a fun story? I've told the story before about when my mother first rented Secret of Mana for me. That might have sounded strange to you, considering you know how incredibly anti-video game she's always been. Devil's Work, etc. Do you know why she was okay with that one specific game? It's because it's called Secret of Mana. And mana is a word used in the Bible. It's a type of food. And so she assumed it was a Bible game. Yeah, M-A-N-N-A. The bread from heaven, exactly. Yep. And that's how I got to play Secret of Mana. That's the world tree. Look what's happened to it. Look, it's really true. Oh my god, it was Hades all along. Monster, what have you done? I mean, come on. All these years, Mormon, you haven't changed one bit. Why are we just standing here? Dolphin, why? House Adeline ends here. Oh my god! No, Blade Interval's right. You remember how much issue I've had targeting something, especially when there's a bunch of NPCs around me? What was happening the whole time was I was desperately trying to target him, and I couldn't target him in time, so he shot me. Filthy beast. I'll end you like I did him. Damn you, Melvin. If that is your real name. You thought you won, but I am no ordinary man. Damn it all to the abyss. What on Vana'diel was he thinking? Dead men tell no tales. What was I supposed to do? And then he gets back up. No? Oh wow, he didn't. Yeah, Moramura was an FF14 warrior, so he just got angry, and that made him feel better. Moramura, did he get you too? Yeah, sorry, I was having a really hard time targeting him. Me, I'm fine. That's a flesh wound. It'll take more than that to bring me down. Again, warrior. Important thing isn't me, but we ask that bastard why I want to ruin everything. How about we plant the tree then? do that. No. Oh. Why did he have to protect you, mortals? I hate you all. There's no way to know that the extremely suspicious guy was actually, in fact, the villain. At least Rosalucia's safe. It's just something to be thankful for. Could you plant the goddamn thing? Mourn later. Plant thing now. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. I can see the future. They're going to be like, we're going to take 70,000 years to replant the tree. And then in that time, Melvin's going to get back up and be like, ha ha ha. I'm back. And still alive. Push, push, push. And now the tree's burned and will never exist. If only you'd planted it earlier when Lore Runner was screaming at you too. Oh man, plums are delicious. Or, if you prefer, plums are the pits. Look, I'm very sad about this. Plant the tree. Plant the tree, plant the tree, plant the tree. Jesus Christ, the longer this is taking, the more this is pissing me off. Because I can tell exactly what's about to happen. Poor Arciela. Plant the tree. The fabric of life is a strange thing. When one thread ends, another begins. But if you need to cry now, let it all out. We've got to press on or their sacrifices will be nothing. We've got to plant the tree. Please? I'll give you popcorn. I got some left. Oh, thank you, God. Okay, plant the damn thing. I guess graft is a better word. Anyway. And then Aladora. You know, Emmett Selk is back there, about to shoot him. But his gun jams. Hang on. Goes to shoot, nothing happens. Let's go ahead. Make sure the bullet's in there. Yeah, bullet's in there. Okay, hang on. Try again. No, okay, one more try. Oh, the safety's on. Click. There we go. Okay. Then he shoots up and shoots her, and then we beat him again. Success I never tasted so bittersweet. This should prevent Hades from rising up again. I'm sure of it. 5 seconds later, Hades rose up again. The land is protected not just by Szaka from the peaks, but also from Kumhau and the snowfields. Neither of them will ever let any harm come to it. That's true. This is probably not something you want to hear, but you're going to have to report his death to the castle. But he's not some homeless beggar no one will miss. His disappearance will cause questions. First, the king falls ill in his bedroom. Next, the minister disappears. People will be up in arms. It's a curse. It's a curse. But if people know he's dead, there'll just be normal internal strife. It won't be pleasant, but it'll be better than the alternative. You don't need to tell everyone all the nitty-gritty. I'll find some way to dispose of the body myself. All you need to do is say you saw him in the drifts. That dull attitude won't move the hearts of Adeline. With Ignis as he is, the people turn to you for leadership. Adeline wouldn't be the first nation ruled by a woman, nor would it be the last. Lorunner, she's counting on you for words of encouragement. She doesn't have it in her. You're right. I can and I must. A response worthy of a princess. While you're doing that, I'll remain here. And burn the body, and then bury the ashes. Thank you, Lorunner. I never would have been able to make it here without your help. Mere words are not enough. To Adeline, there's much to be done. Okay. So other than my obvious whinging about the fact... By the way, I'm glad they didn't actually do what I thought they were going to do. about the fact that that was Hades. Huh? Like, that's almost weird. He just shows up and he's like, I'm evil. And then he's killed almost immediately. And then we go back to planting the tree, and it's like... It's almost a non sequitur. Alright, let me just mix together the required formula that will enable me to go ahead and win the day. Oh no, there's a zombie! Stab, stab, stab. Okay, zombie's dead. It would actually legitimately amuse me if he's not Hades, and that really was just him trying to, you know, make a really dumb, obvious power play like everyone else has been doing. Just his was with a gun instead of words. I don't think so, though. He said too many lines that made me think. Like he personally recognized Boromir, and he talked about how he was going to kill the tiger, just like he killed him. No one at the castle could believe their disappearance when I told them of Malvion's disappearance, least of all the other ministers. I suppose there's no helping that. I'm glad you stuck with me through it all, though. I've begun to open my eyes to the world ever since we first met. So much I didn't know about pioneering the jungle, my own homeland. Every step is a journey. Cooped up in the castle like I was, I forgot what real life was like. Oh my god, she's a Disney princess. It really is that kind of a story. You showed me I must not be content with how I am right now, but I must push myself every day. And for that I will be grateful. I'd like to present to you something. I know these trinkets aren't much, but they are artifacts that you will throw in the trash the moment you get them. I'd like to give you all of them, but tradition. Ignis wants to say our tradition is let those who serve the house choose one. Sure, that one. I hope you treat it as it is, a valued heirloom. Into the trash! Do you remember the ancient Adeline song I sang on Mount Camir? If Moromir's right, light of dawn comes from the east. I, for one, believe you pioneers have been sent to rescue this land. Forgive me if my words cause undue burden. The world tree may be safe, yet Adeline's struggles are far from over. As long as we live, we will keep fighting, and we'll continue to need your help. And that's pretty much the end of Act 2. Complete with some dangling threads for Act 3. Seriously, look at this. Through storms may brew and threaten the land, there's one shining star and blah, blah, blah. Like, come on. Tell me this isn't the end of Act 2. Where am I? Oh, God! The darkness! Ah! Also, the game, to go back to how much the game has stopped treating us like dirt, the game literally just called us a blessing from on high. Meanwhile, in the empty abyssal darkness of eldritch at death and doom. Boromir, you said you'd get rid of the body. Can't trust him to do anything. Jeez Louise. So let's see what in-game time it is right now. Noon. You know what that means. My favorite part of playing FF11. Playing ESO. Remember when I brought out Mega Man just to, like, de-gauze a bit? Wait, what cutscene? What are you talking about? I think that was it. Uh... I'll talk to people. Why not? You should wait an in-game day. Yep, okay. Oh, hang on. Excellent. Ooh, ooh. I knew what she meant, but I was already here, so I figured there was no reason not to. Stop loitering or I will gouge your eyes out. Got it. That sounds about like the FF11 experience I was expecting. If you linger here too long, I will brutally murder you and your entire family. Oh, there's a patch. Holy moly. Update 50. No? I don't know what the patch is. Evo, what's the patch? What's the patch, Evo? No! Speaking of awesome people, did you know if you type !Evo right now, you'll get a link to the game she's working on Steam. You should totally wishlist it if you haven't already, because it'll boost it. Steam does internal self-promotion, and that'll help discovery. And it's a nice little thing to kind of let her know that people are watching the game. It looks great, like if you haven't seen it. Like, legitimately. I'm going to just straight up buy it when it comes out. And she's going to be like, no! And I'm going to be like, yes. She's going to be like, no! And I'm going to be like, yes. This is going to go on for a few minutes. You're damn right I'm going to review it. You kidding me? It's a little cheaty, because I've been helping her make it. Not to overplay my hand on that. I haven't actually done too much. She gets all the credit. But all I'm going to say is one of the main gameplay mechanics was totally my idea, and I am legitimately proud of that. Do not give me a Steam key. I refuse. I will throw it in the trash. Do not give me a special thanks in the credits. Don't even mention me. That's right, it's going to be our very, very first sponsored stream ever. This stream is sponsored by Evo. And Game Geek. That's a good point. You know what? Reggie's got a good point. If you give me a Steam key, at that point, we've got conflict of interest, and I'm actually an official game reviewer at that point, and honestly, that just feels gross. I don't want to do that. So that's going towards Dispatch, Yu-Gi-Oh!, etc., and Beat 'em Up Law. Thank you very much, Game Geek, as always. Okay. Am I in a party still? How do I even know? How do I tell? Okay, I'm not in a group. Woo! I'll just give them away even. Or not use them. Ultimate insult. For real, is anybody hopping on? I know Blade to Valcanti's at work. And Mr. Red would rather die, and Giga Pudding would rather die. So I guess it's just me, the worthless one. Nope, I'm good. Off we go. I'm a tank! Oh, God, that was like a solid second of waiting. Ugh. Oh, God, why are Qs so slow in this game? Jesus.
We'll never put a stop to them. Well met, Trav. Once, excel. Once.
Alright, let's do this. Where are we? So I've been thinking, and the more I'm thinking, the more I kind of want to try out Arcanist over Necromancer. I know that sounds weird, because I usually love playing as Necro, but honestly, I don't know. Like, nothing I have been told has sold me on Necro so far.
How are you all faring? Everyone all right?
Lotus and I are fine, but Ludovic wasn't so lucky. He found. I always told you that thing.
I have seen a Beam of Death, and I do like Beams of Death. Yeah, Giga has been singularly unhelpful. No offense, Giga. Like, I was like, alright, Giga, pick between Arcanist and Necro, and her response was, you should play a Sorcerer! I'm being a little facetious. Not that Giga is anything other than amazing. Do people praise the Tor run for the amount of work and effort I put into it across weeks of my life? No. No, they praise the Tor run because Giga's off dancing in the corner. The one you're looking at right now, Zar. Whoa, why is everyone dead? What the hell happened? Hold up. Hold up. What?
Watch your step. Those winds will freeze you on impact.
And now I am dead from a terrorizing tremor. Uh-huh. I don't even see what killed me. I was even getting around the thing because it even says get into cover when that happens. And I saw that there was an ice chunk, so I got behind the ice chunk. And then I died. Okay, he's dead. Yeah, I can tell that we're completely necessary here. I am the only person here who is not level 50. In fact, level much... What?! I didn't even get a chance to move! I didn't even get a chance to move! What is this? God! What? 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 What is that bullcrap? I had a second, 1 second of after res before he one-shot me with something I don't even see coming. What the snot hell? Yeah, sure, whatever. Claim the thing. I don't care. Go away. What? Go away. Okay, so hang on. So there's a ground thing I gotta watch for and an ice thing I gotta watch for. I don't know what either of those are. Okay, so that was a thing I had to dodge somehow. I have no idea how, but whatever. I failed, obviously. Moving on. Ugh. And I'm dead. Why am I even in this group? Why is it not scaling me properly? I am getting murdered by everything. I bet you we actually don't have a healer, by the way. Well, he's dead again. You guys just get this without me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my gear is about 8 levels out of date at this point. Like 7. Yeah, don't even res me. I am not worth your time.
What a shame. They never bothered me the last time I was here.
Hello,
What
leave.
manner of
Hello,
goodness
leave.
has this cult created?
Why can't I leave? Why can't I leave? There we go. Okay. That's a thing that happened. Note to stealth. Stop queuing his tank. Yeah, the fact that this isn't the roulette at all is eyebrow raising. Damn it! I'm still not 100% sure what keeps the werewolf form going.
These gargoyles were just statues the last time I was here. What changed?
Beats me.
Did we really, Blitterval?
We were stuck between a rock and a pitfall.
At least someone higher level than me is using werewolf, so I feel like gratified that it's probably worth using. Probably. Jesus Christ, the skeevers murder me if they actually aggro me. I'm dead. I have no heals. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm just gonna release. I feel at least gratified that the other dude is dying as much as me. So that's cool. No, I trust Bladefall with whatever he gives me. I trust Bladefall. He would never lead me astray. Sir, didn't he make you play FF11? Shut up. That was Mr. Red's fault. Oh, right. Let's eat a corpse really quick here. Really wish I need to look up. Remind me, since we're probably still waiting. Remind me to look up if there's an add-on specifically to track Werewolf. Because I still have absolutely no idea how long Werewolf form lasts. Or if it's running out, or basically anything. And oh my god, there's enemies. Oh my god, there's enemies. And they can murder me very quickly. I'm just going to stay back here because I'm getting murdered by everything. Oh god, I can't stop taking damage. I couldn't avoid damage. I couldn't avoid damage. I just kind of slowly died. Why is this a dungeon I can random?
I would have expected this illness to weaken the giants, but it seems just the opposite.
Yet another reason to wipe the temple clean of this repugnant cult.
Come on, let me loot.
We also can't allow this sickness to spread. I'll need you and
Let me loot.
to burn the corpses, just like before.
Just how do you notice the torch?
I doubt it will be any easier going from here. But we'll
The good
see.
news is that's probably the second to last boss, if this follows the usual patterns. Eat some corpses here really quick. Eat corpse really quick. Oh, can't eat those. Interesting. Yeah, those are trapped. What is the conceit of the Elder Scrolls series? Alright, bear with me. Okay, ready? It's debatable! No, I was just about to eat someone. Oh, whatever.
Just a moment.
Actually, unironically, I do have a better answer than that. Life is cheap. One of the most dominant trends in the narrative of the Elder Scrolls, top to bottom, is that life is incredibly cheap. Death is considered something that is a relatively minor obstacle in the path. And yeah, it's pretty much the core reason why the world sucks. So let me put this into a different perspective. You know how in Forgotten Realms, the afterlives are like right over there and you can just walk into them? Well, Elder Scrolls is like that, but, and I can't believe I'm getting them the credit for this, where, you know, Forgotten Realms kind of fails. Elder Scrolls actually acknowledges that. Like, it's actually a narrative point that it's not that big of a deal to die.
Fine, but our deal still stands. After their leader is felled, I want my payment.
And that kind of also lends into a little bit of sociopathy as well. Not quite to the extent of, say, GTA 4 or GTA 5, but definitely in the same direction.
Purge. Make it clean. All shall be lost and perish. I also bring the blessing of fire's end. Such were past tests. I'll put an end to that.
No, I've already used a specific phrase to describe the HD GTA verse, and I mean this. It is a world without empathy, where almost every human interaction is transactional.
Poisons you No! Leave like a speed! With us now!
Damn it. I'm gonna die from that bleed. Yep. Bingo. Off the deep end.
She'll kill you all. The arc, the scale color.
Damn, that wasn't the last boss. I don't think my healer exists. I'm pretty sure my healer's doing what I'm doing and queuing when he's not a healer.
My friends, prepare.
Which I would feel somewhat hypocritical if I was to complain about.
She must have it. We need to keep climbing. I will not be denied.
Yeah, I noticed that. You notice one of our players has 3,287 CP. The guy basically carrying the group. One of them has 646, the other's 396. I'm level 49.
No, I shall be feared. Feel all the crush. I will bury you in blinding snow. Prince of pestilence, make them pay.
I don't know what that means.
My shield! How dare fools make me throw it!
What?
Frost and blight hold you!
Okay. Statue of Period killed me. With something I didn't see.
My lord, let
As usual.
aid! My lord's gift. No! Stay away from it! No, I was so close! So
Yeah, Paragon points if you've played Diablo.
mine!
Is that all you can think of?
Speaking of which, congratulations, you've proven yourself worthy of being a champion.
Blinded you, Ela. I.
So, hey, here's the champion points. Okay, so hang on, let me turn in the quest.
So that was a dragon with the cult defeated.
And then, I don't need the gear, thank you for asking. I'm gonna flee in shame and humiliation.
You fools may have defeated me, but you'll never stop them.
Ham. So, I can now become a champion. Woo! So, I'll take advice on what I level here, by the way. Because I have no idea what I'm doing on any way, shape, or form. I mean, but surely I will be when I'm 160, right? Because that's the goal, is getting to 160. Speaking of which, how do I see what I am? Yay, I am now level. That's great. Don't care. So I'll be able to afford what? 10 things, give or take? But what should I pick? Like, I'm looking for advice here. Don't pull a Giga on me, Blade Duvall. Don't do it. No! Giga's like, you should play a sorcerer. Don't do it, Giga, please. Sorcerer. Oh, yeah, Werewolf did something. Let's see. Healing now scales with offensive stance. Oh. God, it's a heal. I have a heal in werewolf form. I don't even know that. Increase healing and stamina restored. Passively grants major vitality. Healing now scales with offensive, granting you double fury, and passive giving you minor berserk. Those both look good, actually. I'm gonna go with that for now. I can always respec. That's an interface. That's a terrible interface. Oh my god, look at all this nonsense. Oh my god. Yeah, let's not spend anything until we know what we're doing. Look at this. Look at this terrible, terrible interface. Jesus Christ. Well, I hope your blood test goes well, Letho. Because if it doesn't... No, it's actually worse than Skyrim's with the same concept, too. So, yeah, I did get some level 50 gear, which I'm going to go ahead and put on, just so I have some level 50 gear on. Just going to equip everything I just got, just straight up. But here's the real question. Where's my champion level? Didn't say, does it? No, it literally doesn't. So how do I see my champion level? I love how it's giving me these writing lesson books, which is good, but I'm already maxed on those. I'm trying to figure out my overall champion level in a way that doesn't involve opening the champion menu. There it is. Also going to pop that. What game? Lord Geek? What? I refuse this invite. Categorically. Where's my level shown? So it used to be in the upper left. I cannot help but notice it is no longer there.
All are welcome.
So I'm pretty sure the answer to that is it isn't. Oh, I see it. I see it. I actually do see it. Yep, right in the middle, in very small bluish text. Frozen Sorrow, 14. It's very strange that they got rid of it completely in the upper left there, but whatever. That's right, I'm level 14. Hell yeah. Okay, what is all this crap? Oh yeah, I'm level... So I can actually open these crates now.
And good fortune to
I'm not going to.
my friend.
I don't think I'm doing any of this crap, because I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. Right? Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Listen, crates are... Why is this still here? What? What do you want from me? Stop existing. Stop existing. Okay. Damn it, New Girl. No! Go away. Stop displaying new items. Stop displaying. Okay, there we go. What's this stuff at the top? Oh.
Until next time.
I wish there was like a get rid of all this crap button. Yeah, sure, whatever. Go away, go away, go away. Now what? Set items. I don't care. But it's in a DLC dungeon. I don't care. Get rid of the new icon. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Why do I have PvP gear? Get rid of it. Okay. It's all gone. It's all gone. Okay. I want to be ludicrously overpowered. And I want to say thank you to Who Girl. Thank you, Who Girl, very much. As always. So yeah, I think I could say leveling is reasonably swift in this game. I started my prep work for this game at level 38, I believe it was. Let's putting that towards way too many months of supporting me. And 4A1 Rando, Bioshock 2, and Yakuza. Done. Thank you, as always, Supergirl. Also, I'm stealing all your plushies, just as a heads up. Interface. Let's try combat. Buffs and debuffs are set to automatic? Ultimate number. Ultimate number? Off. Hey, there we go. I didn't even see it because that gray was just, yeah. Okay. Here's the real question. Where is it now? Let me get away from town so I don't get attacked by the guards. No reason. Okay. Okay. Looking around for it. Not seeing it. Wow, these random ass trash mobs are beating my ass. Probably because they're level 50. If I were to guess. Hi, Elizar. I am not seeing it. I don't see anything new. Is the number of the else? Oh, it is! Yes! 135, 138, 140 something. I use Insatiable Hunger. Hang on. 231, 234, 237, 240, 243, 246. Now let's chill here for a second. 55, 58, 61, 64, 67. Why is it only ticking up? 67. It's just sitting at 67 now. This is changing the number, but I don't know what that number is. Now it's down to 80. What? Now it's down to 12. What are you talking about? This is definitely a PS2 game. Oh, shoot. It ran out. Wow, that was a lot of levels just from just now. Well, whatever. Back to my usual hangout. Okay. Hey, look, there's a mod called, and I quote, Werewolf Timer Bar. It's literally first Google response, first response, Werewolf Timer Bar. I'll deal with that later. All right. So where were we? Other than talking to a person. Oh, absolutely, Giga. So, hey, what's up? Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, Lord Melvin is dead. And the ground quakes are getting worse. Sorry, land shivers. You should go talk to Arciella. Yeah, it has been a day after all. I would say ESO gets relatively low, if any, mod depth, because it's almost all cosmetic-y stuff, right? And pretty low mod ease of use positives. It's kind of a pain to mod ESO. But they do release the full toolkit, and that's going to be the triple. Pretty much the same thing most Elder Scrolls games get. Well, Albie, look who came to visit the castle. Who were you again? I got you. Of course I remember you, Lowrunner. But I'm not going to pull your leg out of its socket this go. No, there's something I want to talk to you about. Come on, let's go somewhere quiet. Look, I'm into elves. Princess has been moping lately. If anybody knows what's happened to her, I figured it'd be you. I tried asking Cynthia, but she never gives me a straight answer. Even the way she nods off on Judy, well, you're a better person to ask. Sweet mercy, say something! I'm not letting you budge until you spill the beans. So this was the day away, her refusing to let us move. The Peacekeepers Coalition has arrived at the only reasonable conclusion. The wounds on his body are signs of a struggle. Without doubt, what concerns me more is his motive for escaping unfettered to a desolate wasteland. Listen to the two of you. Dullards to a fault. Stick your tongue. Oh, please, there's nothing to be gained from wringing your hand over the past. Riddle me this. The head of one of the 12 Orders shirks his duties to go gallivanting in the forest and ends up sleeping with the fishes. He's made a laughingstock out of all of us. He was a fool. He grew complacent, thinking the Eastern Old Book is safe, and forgot what it means to fear the forest. When Ignis ordered colonization commenced, we all knew there would be prices to be paid. Let there be no doubt, Melvin dug his own grave. Stop shedding tears for the moron, or else we won't be able to move forward. Her words may be verbal briars, but I found myself in total agreement. Melvin supported colonization more than any of us, so the rumor about going about town don't surprise me in the least. What rumors? That it was no coincidence, but rather a carefully orchestrated plot by those opposed to our explorations on the continent. How dare you? You all sit here after contributing nothing for months and have the gall to... Stop your whining. I didn't say I'm a believer. Just that hushed words and furtive glances are being exchanged in dank caverns and back alleys. Stop hemming and hawing. If you have something to say, out with it. Rumors are a vicious thing. Forgive me for thinking out loud, but could it also be that a radical faction of colonist supporters assassinated Melvin to cast aspersions on those he opposed? Unthinkable. Explain yourself. Actually, that's a pretty common tactic. Create your own martyr. Melvin exerted a disproportionate amount of influence over those in his camp. None of us can deny it. He spent so much time and effort sending swords into the wild. Is it so unthinkable that one found its way into his back? Whose side are you on? We've always counted the Order of Haverton's support. This is not about political posturing. I am simply ensuring we're all properly diligent in considering all perspectives. You disgust me. You are not considering all perspectives, you're just stirring the pot. The nation is divided enough without you deepening the rift. I have done nothing other than provide an alternative hypothesis. The only one who truly knows what happened is the man himself, and without further evidence, we cannot but speculate. Sure, we all value your opinion. Get back to your books and leave the discussions for those more qualified. We had our ducks all in a row, and something like this has to happen. Enough with this senseless bickering. We all know why we're here today, and I bid let us get started. You sure spin a vivid yarn. Felt like I was right in the action myself. That's not what matters here. No wonder the princess is in the dumps. And Cynthia, too, poor thing. Dozing off from all the stress. There's one thing that cheers him up. It'll be tomatoes! I wasn't joking. Yep, I mean, I love tomatoes, especially with salt. Oh my god. I've started salting my tomatoes on my sandwiches as a test. It completely changes the flavor profile. It's interesting. I'm not sure it's better, but it is definitely different. So this feels like a breather section before the next act. Which, you know, shrug. Good idea. On paper. We'll see. Yeah, we planted the tree, we killed the traitor. The traitor! Who's totally Hades. Hey, give me some tomatoes, please. It's been a while. Looking for tomatoes. Funny that. Someone from the castle asked for shipment, and I played our hands full of harvest. They said they'd send someone. Is that you? Yeah. One of the maids sent you. She pulled a fast one. Well, who takes them off my hands is no concern to me as long as they reach the castle safety. What's this? My legs. Why'd I haul my keister down here without an escort or anything? It's because Granith has her eyes on me. What are you doing here? Got my wind back myself. Sorry to keep you waiting. I am Framilla from Castle Adelin. Of course you are. What brings you to the Arboretum? Did your superiors find out you forced this pioneer to do your dirty work? Hey. Well, you're half right. Sorry, I didn't mean any harm by it. What do you mean half right? Well, Arciela personally told me to come down here and tell Lorna that there's something she'd like to share with him. And there you have it. Oh, the tomatoes. Fear not, the sensational Framilla will take it upon herself to see they arrive safely at the castle. Wasn't that your job to begin with? Tut tut, princess is waiting. Yep, I'd give anything for the princess to trust me like she does Lorwyn and Gwyneth. But sitting here moping and muttering doesn't do anyone any favors. You'll see. I'll become the best, most powerful maid Adeline has ever seen. If that's truly what you desire, maybe your first step is not to shove your work onto others. You're a sharp tongue. Your words are like knives. But maybe it was my fault after all. Stop dwelling on what you happen and learn from it. You're a good kid. Here. Don't eat the tomatoes on the way up. Yes, you're right, of course. Meanwhile, back to where we literally just were. I have murdered this demon and drunk of its blood in order to ensure that I can clean the tops of the shelves in a fraction of the time. By the way, after going to the waterways and then back to the castle, we're going to be going back to the waterways. Because this game adores wasting my time. I notice we're back to 30 FPS again. I really have no idea what's changing that. Hypothetically, it should be set to 60 all the time. But it clearly isn't. That's right, it was a curse! Curse, one might say. Strong land shiver that will cause some grave damage to sections of the waterways. The currents have shifted. This cannot bode well. I wish I knew more, but I learned the fundaments of geomancy just last year. Someone more versed in the issue with the Order of Rene will be visiting the castle shortly. I want you to be there. Order of Rene? Surely you're aware of the geomancers. Yeah. She's always been a bit, well, I hesitate to say standoffish, but because that implies a lack of concern. But she's a woman of few words. It makes approaching her a bit of a task, one that I shied away from until recently, a failing of mine as one of the prominent faces of Adeline. But ever since we met, I've learned so much about myself, about the world. But we've no time for musings. Come. I must claim the power. Whoops. This meeting better get underway soon. I don't trust my good-for-nothing subordinate to sweep the floors, never mind run things in my absence. Oh, Lee, ever the sourpuss. Ikki never would have called us here if she didn't have something important to say, and it may provide juicy tidbits that'll help you and yours. One can only hope. Please, we're all interested in hearing your observations. I'm afraid the situation is grave. An area of the waterways has collapsed. The land shiver that sent shelves tumbling to the ground, so it's not surprising the dilapidated cesspool would cave in. We'll just have to repair it. What's the problem? Just drop a quick budget and I'll hire some workers, get it patched up in no time. All things in the world are in flux. What once had form will return to dust. That is an immutable law of nature. We mustn't lay blame on things break. It is the way of things. Hang on. You're flapping your gums, but all here is nonsense. My God, Giga. You know what you have to do. Come on, Ikki. Stop pretending to be all cryptic and mysterious and say what you mean. You're the head of an order, not a babbling doomsayer. Sorry. I'm not even that mad. I just want you to be clear. Be direct, to the point. We're all listening. Go on. Damn you, woman. Out with it! Should I kick him? Should I kick him? Lord, what are you... Get away from me. Your hovering is making me ill. Get away from... Are you trying to say the Ergasiad has been shattered? Hildebert, I'm not familiar with such a name. Forgive me for keeping its existence a secret from you, if I may. Surely you remember the plot to assassinate Ignis that your pioneer companions failed to foil. Sorry, managed to foil. Sorry, managed to foil. When I saw... Here, come here. What do you... What? When I saw that Ignis had been transformed by that most curious form, I began to doubt that the catalyst was the curse for the Founder King after all. I consider myself a lettered man and happen to know a great deal about the events that transpired during the Great Expedition. August appeared before the king and the heads of the order in the dreams, beseeching them to cease making inroads into Ulbuka. This was but one of several incidents that spurred them all to turn tail and seal themselves in the city walls. Not content with merely heeding his warning, Adolin's ruler created a new grave in honor of his memory deep within the Rala waterways. I trust you're familiar with this part of the story. Lord Winter, you're not of the land. Do you need me to go over this? Please don't. Arciel, you're not the head of the house, and hence have not been apprised of the full story. Yet it'd be remiss to hide information from you as the future stands poised in the balance. Allow me to shed some light on the story and reveal to you the truth. Lord Winter, you should be privy to this as well. I am nothing if not pragmatic, but I cannot vouch for your future here should my words ever leave this hall. I could kill everyone in this room without breaking a sweat. It would be harder to target you than to kill you. The shrine dedicated to August is more than just a memorial. It's a giant geomantic seal containing the spirit of August himself. I'm not versed in the particulars, but whether it's his spirit or his will, the fact remains the Founder King held great sway over the city long after his death. Damn it, Gilgamesh! It loomed over the populace, threatening it with divine punishment should they not heed his warnings. As the Great Expedition progressed, pioneers reported seeing his form appearing before them. Though this phenomenon was initially denounced as hallucinations born from overwork, it was not long before an epidemic broke out amongst the populace. Ill fortune also befell our heads when the heads of the 12 orders, the citizenry... Ill fortune also befell the heads of the 12 orders, and the citizenry was paralyzed out of fear of something they could feel but not touch. The King of the Age, vexed and nearly hysterical, turned the city itself into a barrier to ward off evil spirits. Was that possible? He constructed the waterways deep under the citizenry. Deep under... I can't talk. Deep under the city, the citizenry was informed of naught, but they were to make life in Adolin self-sustaining. That was a front. The waters themselves are veins in a large magical apparatus flooded with geomantic energies. Jesus, that gets loud. Like most veins, the blood flows back to the heart, the grave of the Founder King. This must be the seal Moramor was referring to. The most storied geomancer of the time oversaw the project from commencement to completion, and even the slightest bends and the most minuscule differences in elevation were carefully planned out to draw geomantic wards around the city. It's actually kind of a cool idea. A sewer level that is actually a magical ward, a rune. The water itself, ostensibly for purpose of sustenance and irrigation, is in fact a physical means to carry forth spiritual energies. Their directionality, fixed for centuries, is of utmost importance to the type to direct the magic the wards can impart. For years they have served to divert harm from the city to the outside world. But why? August was the man who saw our great nation arise. Why would they fear one do we owe so much to? Even though he brought a great deal of good on our city, there's one undeniable fact. The only thing that man fears more than that which he does not know is that which he knows only in part. Yet their caution appears to have been well placed. Up until now, no other calamity has befallen our land. We've been content to live in peace for centuries. And now it's broken. Who cares? If it's broke, fix it. I don't see the problem. A lot of you sit here chattering and wringing your hands while there's progress to be made. No wonder it's taken us so long to get where we are. What's with you people? Once we find the money, it'll be a snap. Up and at 'em, spend the coin, hire a bunch of pioneers, and... go going to kick him again. It's not that simple. What do you mean? The inscriptions have been overwritten. Take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow. This is a device my order refers to as a crux. Trained individuals can use it to read the currents of the life stream. The what? This particular device has been attuned to the Rala waterways. Yeah, apparently that's just my job now, Blade Deval. You see how it contorted? That means the incantation has been transposed into something else. But as to exactly how, it's something I can't tell without visiting the site directly. You think it's wise with the beast lurking down there? Then your choice to call Lore Runner is a prudent one. He can go where we cannot. And I'm just back there towering over the entire assembly. What was discussed in this room must not be shared with others, hence the only one we can trust in this is from this congregation. Your service to the city has been more than mere happenstance. Having Arciela vouch for you is proof beyond doubt. And we're in accord. We anxiously await your return. I got this. Honestly, yeah. Every meeting has one person whose job it is to make the asshole shut up. Excellent. Chili plus rice. Chili plus pasta. Chili plus bread. And of course, chili plus steak. In real-life history, there was a gentleman, I can't remember his name, a Roman orator, who reportedly had a slave whose entire job was to follow him around and pluck a particular note on his instrument if the dude ever got too worked up, to remind him to tone it down a little bit. It's not quite what we're talking about, but it's close enough that it makes me amused. And that's another thing! Quang! Oh, sorry. Okay, so I need N7, which is like right over here, and then I6, which is pretty much in the middle, and then D8, which is over there. Okay, so N7 looks like that's way over there. Okay. I think that was Marcus Aurelius, but don't quote me. It has been a hot minute. Oh, right. This is a... What? What? What's that, Shadow Machine? Is it the heat? It's the heat. Feel the heat. Oh my god, and this game's all about Hades! Oh. Speaking as someone who is familiar with kidney stones, very familiar with kidney stones, can confirm kidney stones are awful, and nobody should ever have to endure that. Hello? Hello? Game? There we go. I have been told by 2 people personally who have given birth and had kidney stones that the kidney stones were worse. Make of that what you will. So Looney Tunes Streaminations, huh? Ignoring the fact that we're not doing Streaminations, let me just start with that. We begin with that, it's important. I could see a lot to talk about there. Especially the animation, considering those are shows from the 50s. And yeah, I don't want to sound braggy, but no, I have experienced a lot of pain in my life. None of it comes even close to what kidney stones feel like. Okay, no, this is correct. Apparently. Yeah, no, Looney Tunes has crazy good animation. In general, never mind for the time. Yeah, that's another thing. Oh, right, I'm still stealthed. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. Amusingly, I'm actually out of water. But, yeah. Stay hydrated. Hi, Kitten Fan. Get 3 thingies of water. Someday, Evo. Someday. Let's see, when's the next day wait? Two quests from now. In fact, actually, hang on. So I'm doing this, right? Once I'm done with this, I'll go back, turn it in, and they'll be like, oh, cool. Then there's what the walkthrough refers to as a lengthy cutscene. And then wait a day. Hang on. Bash, 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 bash. Bash, 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 bash. Kill enemies in the waterways until you acquire a consummate simulacrum. Interesting. Hang on one second. Where am I? I6 is where I want to be. Okay. Bash, 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 bash. It looks like it's a key item. But then I have to fight a boss. Da-na-na-na. That's a decent ways from now. That'll be after the lunch break. I'm trying to get up to the next day wait, so I can do the lunch break then. Boop, 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 boop. I would guess so, Mr. Red. I'm not sure, is the honest answer. Well, I'm pretty sure I have to summon the fight, too, so I'm going to be right there anyways. Sorry, I'm trying to read ahead. Well, so far, I think that 12 minutes is our longest cutscene. That's not, like an ending. I mean, 12 minutes sounds pretty bad, and that's because it is. There's a reason FF14 hasn't done a 40-minute cutscene since ARR. Like, you make a cutscene that long, you have to set aside time for that. Especially since if anything goes wrong, you have to watch the whole thing over from the beginning. Yeah, exactly, Bleachel. They chopped it down way further. I remember I was keeping track during the run, and several of them were in the 20-minute range. Actually, there is a skip button, but that's the problem. You could skip the entire cutscene, not any individual pieces. If that makes sense. So, if you're 5 minutes into a 20-minute cutscene, you're missing out on 15 minutes of that cutscene. How weak is Gandalf if you put him in Warcraft? That is a good question. Why can't I target this door? Okay. Sure, game. Scintillating. This is not the last time I'll be down here, too. I would say Gandalf is actually pretty low level, relatively speaking, to something like Warcraft. Now, that makes sense. Lord of the Rings is low tier, and Warcraft is high tier. Let's ignore the fact that he's an angel for just a second. Let's just ignore that. The Gandalf as presented in the movies is what I'm going to go off of here. That Gandalf, I would say, is probably about the level of... maybe a level 4 character in Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, specifically. Pretty low tier, but, you know, capable of doing something. Yeah, he could beat a peon. He could defeat a grunt, but honestly, that would be a bit of a fight. He could probably take down a soldier from Stormwind. Oh shoot, oh shoot. Like, thinking of it in terms of units, right? He did defeat the Balrog. Died doing it, but still. Which is why I say it's fair to put him around that range. I could see a level 4 mage being capable of killing a dungeon boss and dying in the process. It's just prestiging. I mean... Okay, now let's get the hell out of here. Yep, let's do it. Let's long cutscene it up. I actually have a snippet of water left here. That's gonna have to last me. Hello, Magister. That's true, Reggie. Although that's more the books, but it's still true. You made it! With all the trekking and fighting, you must be positively exhausted, but I'm afraid we haven't much time. Please, what happened? We must know! The flow of water has changed. We kind of already knew that. An explosion and a bright flash of light. I was afraid of this. The most adorable of children. Arisen from beyond the grave. By the way, this isn't the lengthy cutscene. The next one is. Arciela, it's as I told you. The currents change not of their own accord, but by the hand of another. Every ripple, every breath, all working in concert, forming a barrier that forestalled spirits of a most foul nature. It has served its purpose well, yet Ignis' transformation into a Leafkin was not only doing the doing of the Founder King, he surely had help from the World Tree. Exactly, Winlock. Founder King's grave is the heart of the matter, both physically and etherically. A force beyond our comprehension has held the seal together. The grander a force is, the more likely even the smallest of deviations will sow discord. Founder King's will has come under assault countless times, so it's no surprise that eventually part of it should yield. And the calamities that have befall us are a direct result of this. Okay. What piques my curiosity most is that which Lorwyn are found in the waterways. Changing the flow of water is like asking a tree to bend against the wind. But were the tree to be cut down instead, the explosion has caused an entire incantation to be overwritten. The protections placed over the city have begun to fade. But what's it been changed to? Sadly, my crux has only detected that it has changed. Yeah, you literally just sent me down there to find out what it was changed to. That's literally what just happened. So why did I go down there for you to then tell me it's changed, but I don't know what's changed to? You bastard! That which warded now beckons. Its essence shielded all life from that which would wreak uncontrolled destruction, but now it's but a matter of time before true terror is made manifest. In this corrupted Stygian tide, the city will sink into the underworld. I speak, of course, of the incarnation itself. No longer does it keep demons out, it draws them in. The city will soon be under assault. How long before it succumbs, I do not know. Mayhap my previous explanations were insufficient. No, you've been irritatingly verbose. In the worst case, the city will be absorbed into another dimension! Yes! Would you like something? Would you like two somethings?
Kayla ate both of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
So do you want two somethings? You have many options. They're all here. They're all here.
So,
Yes. The FF14 spot is the spot, Mr. Red. I don't know exactly where that is. You guys do. Someone must inform the other orders of the danger and lead us to conquer the evil within. But that task must fall to someone other than me. You bore witness to the events as transpired in the forest. I can think of no other, both as a person of the bloodline of the Founder King. Okay. So this cutscene is probably the worst cutscene in this entire expansion. That's not actually a joke. I want to be very clear. We had an entire cutscene, which was good, it's worth noting, which was all about, hey, you know, we need to figure out what's going on, there's this thing, we need to go check it out. Then we went and checked it out, we came back here, and then they just repeated everything they just said. Almost verbatim. And we learned absolutely nothing new. Ladies and gentlemen, negative to story. Dun 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 wah wah wah. No, yeah, it literally looks like that scene shouldn't have even existed. That is not a joke. I'm not trying to be facetious. In fact, I'm going to put forth a prediction right now that the next cutscene will make a lot more sense if the previous one didn't exist. The next one's the lengthy one. Oh, and sorry, I was a little distracted by two adorable nieces called their dog. I play this on controller. Blade Devel plays it on mouse and keyboard. A friend of mine, Rax, she plays this on controller. I don't think there's a parity. I think most people just pick whatever they prefer and go for it. Okay. Lengthy cutscene. Oh, we should time this. See if it's as bad as the last one. Does that upstart think she is, summoning the heads of the 12 orders just to make us wait? Indubitably, we've more pressing matters to deal with than the whims of some young girl. And it's all because Melvin had to kick the bucket. Ugh, I can't believe we leaders have been reduced to mere paper shufflers. Thanks to his reckless antics, colonization's practically been slowed to a halt. If only he'd kept his nose in his books, we wouldn't be stuck in this bureaucratic quagmire. Could you please be a little bit more considerate of the deceased? I was just saying what everyone was thinking. I don't see the harm in that. Plus, it's not like he'll rise from the grave to seek revenge because I hurt his feelings posthumously. Yeah, hang on. My apologies, everyone. I did not expect to take so long. I hope you do not intend to start the meeting on as short notice as you sent out those summons. Some of us have yet to arrive. I have something to say that simply cannot wait. Please, the future of Adolin lies in the balance. The future of Adolin, you say? I was under the impression you were only investigating what took place in the waterways. I was. Well, thank the goddess we dropped everything so this royal runt could waste our time with information on Watergate. Didn't you know that Reginald and Amchuchu are already flexing their mental might to come up with a solution to that? Anyways, on to something of substance. Conditions in the hinterlands are going worse by the day. Heretofore unforeseen monsters have brazenly appeared before the Coalition staff, even at high noon. Livestock go missing after fences erected to protect them miraculously break. Whole fields of crops are supposedly withering overnight. Like rats from a sinking ship, the smaller beasts of the forest trample each other in an effort to take refuge on the coast. What are they fleeing from? Could it possibly have something to do with the recent spat of Lancers? What an utterly terrifying prospect that is. As the person in charge of the colonization initiative... Oh my god! that startled the hell out of me! Because I thought it was one of your daughters doing that. And of course I just see something thrown in the direction of my equipment. Hi, baby.
I didn't throw it. I
Whoop.
that did it.
Yeah.
I can't get it over there.
No, it lives there now. As the person in charge of the colonization initiative, these issues seem much more pressing than a little underground mishap. Say your piece, but make it snappy. Then allow me to get straight to the point. The tunnel collapse and the subsequent change of water flow was not the result of a land shiver. What sort of ridiculousness are you hinting at? Care to elaborate? The waterways were attacked by a living person to replace the geomancy within them.
Not now.
Oh my god. The divine magic that once safeguarded the area has been supplanted by evil sorcery. You mean to say that someone annulled the only entity keeping us from certain death? No need for theatrics, please calm down. Theatrics?
Good.
The last bulwark against the overpowering thaumaturgical forces slobbering on our gates, and you just fell, and you accused me of theatrics. Nice.
Sir, do you want to try?
Here, you try it. I'll back up. That's it.
Isn't this amazing?
It is. If you let it go, though. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
She's not good to let go.
Well, yeah.
Isn't this amazing?
Yes, it is.
It goes like side to side, and then spin.
Yep.
Mine, why do you have peanut butter?
Oh, so very brief story. Let me pause the timer.
Tell me.
So the burrito was unopened, and I was like, you know what? That's a good thing to try with my carrots and a couple other things. So I decided to go and try it, right? I have discovered that one of the very few things in my life that will immediately give me terrible heartburn is peanut butter.
Sir, do you want to
That doesn't make
try
sense.
it?
No, it doesn't. It is possible. I've looked a little bit into it. It's possible I actually have a mild peanut allergy.
Mama, so
And that much concentrated, you get it, right?
But you eat peanuts.
I
Peanut
don't.
M&Ms.
I don't anymore, though. That's the thing. I haven't in years. There's a reason I give all those to you nowadays. So, yeah, it's a thing. So the reason it's there is so I will know to take it back downstairs. That's the short answer.
doing it really fast.
I see it. I see it.
It's cool.
Is it possible? Could I do it, please?
Yeah.
Cat. Hello, cat. Hello, cat's butt. He does not like being held. He's such a brat. He is. He is a brat cat. Here, look. See?
Faster like this.
No. This actually works better because it maintains its own momentum. See? I barely have to push it. You try it. Really slow. Really slow. Do you feel it? It feels weird, doesn't it?
Yeah. Get
No, don't defeat me with the helicopter.
Mahela.
Aw, thank you.
Get up and you.
Ah, don't defeat me a second. What? You're just gonna leave me dead?
Yep.
What? Ah! Okay. Restarting the timer. Iki says the Eris Guard has been supplanted by another form of magic, meaning that it has vanished completely. For all intents and purposes, we have reverted to the age of the Great Expedition. The curse of the Founder King shall descend upon Adeline once more. I love how right and wrong he is at the same time. Our thriving society will be utterly ruined. If only we had not begun pillaging the land trying to colonize it. I scoff in your general direction. If we had a pinch of bale for every hole in your logic, we'd build a new waterway out of solid gold. Besides, who cares if some musty superstition is no longer sealed away? I know I'm not afraid of evil spirits. Even if I were, we could simply deploy your vast army of Weatherspoon exorcists and hocus-pocus it away. You could hold a grand-scale Wake of the Lilies and curry the pioneer support as well. How about chanting a ritualistic phrase like the power of Voltana compels you to get more people involved? This dude... All of the Ministry of Commerce sponsored vendors will be swimming in baled. You know not of what you speak. At least I know what I ate this morning, you old fart. Calling our founding father an evil spirit to hocus pocus away is an affront to our whole civilization. Pardon my naivete, I hadn't realized I had free reign to curse my own people as long as I founded their home millennia ago. I am more with the freaking brat than I am anyone else in this room, except for Arciella. And that is strange. Can I say that line one more time? Pardon my naivete. I didn't realize I had free reign to curse my own people as long as I founded their home millennia ago. Even the village idiot knows someone who harms an entire city should be considered evil. Heck, if you don't let your emotions get the better of you. There's something I must... World-shattering news, everyone. Reginald and I made a return from the surveying the damage of the waterways and made a startling discovery. The walls didn't come crumbling down because of the land shiver. Many take a seat for this. They fell at the hands of a living being. Is this the most shocking news of your lives? Apparently not. But why? I'm positively befuddled. Because Iki was just done telling us the same thing. You were close, though. Aww! But close only counts in the on-the-dot hand grenades. How about this juicy bit of intel, then? The explosive Wosiv used was so ancient. As far as I know, the only person who'd have the knowledge to build it is Melvin. What did you say? I said the design was ancient. You know, really old. No, not that. The part where you implied Melvin built it. Oh, yeah, the distinguishing characteristic is the fuse. And from what I gleaned, it looks like the one can set the time at which the device detonates. This technology employs back to the Great War that raged so long ago. I remember him showing me a diagram of it in his notebook, and the remains of this one match it perfectly. As I've never seen one in these lands before, I postulate that he was intimately acquainted with his workings, but this doesn't come as a surprise either, does it? You people are no fun at all. What was that? What do you suppose this means for us? I'm sorry to barge in on your tippity-top secret conversation, but isn't there something off about all this? How would a lowly servant know of a critical analysis? It is highly... Sorry, I had a little bit of aristocrat in my throat there. I think we all know Melvin's gone to the big treasury in the sky, tee-hee. But if that's true, how can he made the bomb go boom-boom? I think it's downright mean room to frame someone when he can't defend himself. Wait a second, I never said anything about him being the culprit. Besides... Shh, I'm trying to think. Eureka! My muse has inspired me. I know who did it. Wait, you do? This I must simply hear. Please humor us. The culvert is... You mean culprit. Why? 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 Also, kid story. A topic we'll talk about later. Being in front of you all is giving me a case of tummy timbers. I need some fresh air. Bye. Why did you... Maybe some dessert? Oh my god, it really is Hildebrand. I could go for something sweet after using all that brain power. Why is everyone so quiet? An even better question. Is Melvin really dead? Did you search every nook and cranny of his body to make sure? I, Framilla, legendary sleuth of Adeline, will answer what all you inquiring minds wish to know. And that is the name of the percolator. Which is, wait for it, Melvin! His crime, being too handsome. His chiseled jaw, burning passion for life are enough to make any woman die of longing. Tee-hee-hee. Ah yes, death, the savior of all, released from constant suffering. I can barely contain myself thinking of all the fun we're gonna have together. Boy hee hee hee. Blah! Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, you don't think this means... I have had it up to here with your nonsensical japes. This is not a schoolyard, but a seat of government. If you're unwilling to contribute to the discourse, then remove... I don't think I've finished yet, Gramps. In fact, I think I'm just getting started. Why don't you take a seat? How's everyone getting cold feet? This is the part where things really heat up. Hildebert. Nice cadenza, my dear Svenja. I'd like nothing more than to move to a canto at this point, but I fear we've already reached the coda. What do you mean? You're all unbearable idiots. Talk about melodrama. You all constantly squabble over the most trivial of things, and everyone's content to play King Diddley of the Squat Isles. There's this whole inner struggle over colonization. To be for it or against it, it's certainly a dumb question when nothing ever gets accomplished. The 12 Orders... More like the 12 Disorders. At best, you're a disease slowly killing the nation. This is a dream sequence, guys. Huh? Oh, whoopsie. Maybe I got a bit out of character. Well, you're bound to find out sometime. Let's lift the curtain on this climax. Or she's Hades, like one of the two. What the? Okay, maybe it isn't a dream sequence? I have no idea what's going on at this point. Greetings, leader of the 12 Orders. My name is Balamor, but you may know me as by the other fantastical names, such as Deathborn Zol. What the what? Sounds like a ridiculous villain made up by a Galka youngling. However, I'm only playing a supporting role. Let's all give a standing ovation to the anti-hero in this moving tragedy. But how? Demon in the castle. What's the city coming to? Melvin. I assume all of you are present. Oh, hello there, Arciela. How nice to know you made it back in one piece. It seems you have not been completely honest with them. Do they understand the extent of the horrors that took place in the village deep within the jungle? Do they understand the extent to which that friend of yours was involved? And do they understand what exactly you did to me? You're one to talk. I advise you not to employ intellectually dishonest tactics here. They will only serve to further tighten the noose around your neck. The more you try to conceal facts, the more seeds of curiosity you sow. Eventually those seeds will sprout and bear the fruit of dissent. You'd best repent before you're forced to eat the ire of every other order leader here. Although it pains me to say so, I have preparations to which I must attend. Fare thee well, and may you all be able to play nice for a tad bit longer. That was a rather staccato intermezzo. I guess I should take a bow and head off stage as well. I wouldn't want to leave you thinking I'm a mere extra in this production, though. Why don't I give you something to remember me by? Oh, that reminds me, I heard something about... What was it called again? Oh, right, the Curse of the Founder King. Nice chest eyeball, by the way. Apparently all your ancestors to ignore the king's dying words met with unfortunate ends. Now that's the kind of story that jingles my bells. You are a wanton degenerate if that brings you any joy. In due time, you'll be ballyhooing like when colonization was given the boot. What kind of farce is this? Nothing's different at all. No need to rush. I said in due time, remember? But maybe the dress rehearsal's already begun at some places. The figurative big top that once protected you is no more. You're as naked as the day your people first set foot on these shores. Now that you're exposed to the elements, there's nothing to stop my little spell from raining down upon you. Its droplets will turn into buckets and then to torrents, leaving everyone you've ever held dear to drown. I can already hear your screams of terror. They're like an encore call to my ears. Of course, you won't enjoy it nearly as much as I will. Oh, that's my cue. Exit stage right. There is a way for you to remove the curse, though. I'll be more than happy to divulge it if you can find me. Now to begin the game of hide and seek. Ready or go? Ready or not, here I go. Well, that just happened. Talking's a free action, Reggie. So is she dead? Has she always been dead? Okay, she's alive. Damn it. I mean, good, good. Oh, now she's dead. I don't know what to do. She's not opening her eyes. Just what have the Peacekeepers been doing this whole time? Spit shining their boots? And how could you let that magic force failing the city get destroyed? Incompetence, both of you. Why do we even suffer your presence in these discussions? Just trying to start something, Furball. All you do is put each other down to build yourself up. You don't give a damn about the policies unless they make you bailed. A weak argument made by an equally weak mind. I'm telling it like it is. Face the truth. Stop getting your britches in a bundle over it. Relax. Take a deep breath, you two. I was supposed to be relaxed. Did you not just see that phantasm? Some good that urge a stupid thing is. And what in Goddess's name was Melvin talking about, Arciela? Indeed, we would be most appreciative if you would tell us the truth. Although I'm certain the whole thing is a plot by the pro-colonization efforts to sully the integrity of those who are willing to uphold the Founder King's wishes. If you keep proposing ridiculous theories like that, I might actually start believing Chero Machiro's claims that you're senile. Don't ask for your opinion, conspirator. The rotten rhetoric your kind spews forth does nothing but breeds lies and deception. Such is made all the more apparent now that we know that Melvin lives. Surely my theory is far less absurd than the blatant falsehoods this girl's been feeding us. Enough! Do none of you realize what just happened right in front of you? Be adults and act your age for once! Who cares about your stance on the colonization movement? This is much bigger than that! Now is the time to put aside your differences for the good of the nation! Yet all you can do is sling mud at each other like prehistoric brutes. Look at the big picture. What is the purpose of the 12 Orders? I always thought it was to protect people, but apparently you think it's to grab more power for yourselves. You completely ignore the blight of the jungle, pawning off the responsibility on pioneers. You take credit for the movement's victories and blame others for its failures. I can't take any more of this useless bickering. Ruin is staring us right in the face, and you're only looking for personal gain. It's pathetic! Shut your damned mouth, wench. What would a mere child know of governing a city-state? It takes more than lofty ideals and good intentions to keep a nation functioning. I have remained silent about your improper behavior in deference to the Chancellor, but I see little reason to do this if this is how you plan to act in his stead. Do you think your royal lineage grants you innate asylum from our skepticism? Anyone with half a head on their shoulders would doubt the veracity of the claims you make. A talking dragon, a clandestine village in the shadow of Mount Khmer. Fie, I say. My sentiments exactly. I don't know who you were able to win Icky's respect, but I doubt even half the people here believe your cockamamie stories. However, what Melvin said is a much more crucial aspect. What do you think he needs to make preparations for? How did he manage to fake his own death? Can you manage to go that extent just for a prank? Don't you think you could scare me with a dirty? What? What are you doing, you idiot? Out of the way. He's not breathing. You're joking, right? I wish I were. No, you can't be serious. Of all the... First the phantasm appears in the castle. Now Chero inexplicably collapses. Let's not forget Melvin's return from the dead. All of this is entirely your doing. I've decided Hildebert is the worst of all of them. He's the most politician, and he's the most zealot of all of them. All the others have their varying degrees of frustrating. There is no positive to Hildebert. At all. I can see why you are sometimes called the Wildborn Witch. You definitely seem to care more about the jungle than the sacred city. Exactly what is your plan for engendering the downfall of our society, you evil enchantress? Stop right there, White Riskers. What's all this caterwauling for? You're a grown elven. Don't get so hot into the college just because a maiden got caught up in the moment. It's not like she has some kind of death gaze or something. There's no way she could send him reeling with a look. And you, there's usually a time and place for everything, but not for that phrasing. Exactly. Should a riot have started, it would have been all your fault. Stuff it, Gratzig. Don't add fuel to the fire. I officially declare this meeting adjourned. Return to your respective orders. Take stock of the situation there. Arciela, I assume you erupted like that because you've been through so much recently. Perhaps a rest would do you good. Yeah, go wait a day. Lorena, you're probably doing that too. Yeah, go wait a day is literally the next step. It's the in-game time. Can't even see it. Oh, it's pretty early in the morning. And meanwhile, there's a dead person. Actually, 2 dead people? I'm not sure what I think of the fact that she had her big blow-up, and it had absolutely no impact. I mean, that's pretty realistic, but that feels terrible. I think I'll chew on that a little bit more before I type up any specific thoughts. By the way, 21 minutes. And that's after reducing the time a little bit because I got a little interrupted in all that. So. I'm going to go break for lunch. See you in a bit.